Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Awakened a Hormonal Control Quirk? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Chapter 1. Inmate to Mate. A camera noise echoed through the white, square room in which a jaded-looking young man stood, his inmate number written on a wooden plate he held with both hands. He could hear the people on the other side of the tinted glass, proving that the place wasn't explicitly designed for interrogation. The Japanese photographer left the room in a hurry, probably not wanting to stay longer in the same room as him. After all, not knowing about the young man's misdeeds only fueled the photographer's xenophobia. The prisoner sighed and closed his eyelids before putting the wooden plate on the ground. A woman's voice came to his ears from the tinted glass. He looked at it as if he could see people through it just to make them uncomfortable. So, the fucker can see us through the glass. Stop being that credulous. He's faking it. As a matter of fact, faking is probably the only thing he excels at. That's why we need him. The ash-blonde woman sighed, correcting the guy next to her. The Canadian government warned us he was provocative and sarcastic. So keep your wits in check this time. Also, they taught him Japanese, so you don't need to use your horrible English. Thankfully, replied the same woman with a grunt. No need to be snippy. It's not my fault your daughter's a handful. The guys snapped back before sighing. So, can you confirm his background for me, please? No problem, she said as she pulled out her file. Felix Fortier, 6 foot tall, 170 pounds, white-gray hair, yellow eyes, and all that with a slightly muscular body. Apparently he didn't eat that much in prison since he believed other convict tried to poison him. She paused and analyzed the more judicial part of the problem. A 21-year-old Canadian who was sentenced to 5 years in jail and 2 years probation for endangering others, unauthorized use of his quirk outside a legal framework, corruption, and since he was a repeat offender. This young man already spent 3 years of his life in jail, but thanks to his exemplary behavior and his willingness to change, the Canadians gave him a chance to get out early. Naturally, we won't miss this golden opportunity, huh? The man shrugged, putting his hands on the table. I guess Hawks will be the only hero to know about this whole mess? The woman gazed with annoyance at her colleague but didn't answer him. It's not as if she, the Hero Public Safety Commission's chairwoman, wanted the N-degree 3 hero to know all this. He just happened to know things that no one else should know. Hawks has nothing to do with any of this. If you want to discuss why he knows about everything we do, discuss it with him, not with me. The guy clucked his tongue but refrained from arguing with his superior. They both left the room soon after their quarrel, continuing to argue. Felix was alone once again. He, who had signed up to help a country in need in exchange for parole, had been treated since his arrival in Japan as a terrorist or some war criminal. It's not like his past actions killed anyone. There are fates worse than death, after all. The place where he had been sent provisionally was called Tartarus. So, they really see me as a huge threat. Sound all right. I know what I'm up against. Better lock me up, then. At least he knows what to expect. On the other hand, he didn't know what he was hoping for in the first place. After all, the Canadian government traded him for a non-aggression treaty because of the current threat Japan represents to most countries. All their heroes and new weapons are just seen as threats. Since the U.S. military failures in the United States of Africa, followed by the dollar collapse and Mr. Celebrity's retirement, nothing could stand up to Japanese nationalism except China. Still, they had other things to do, such as supporting Africa in exchange for raw materials. Only Star and Stripe could still be a deterrent to the other world powers. Besides that, Europe had fallen. For Felix, even if the European Union didn't exist today, all these countries were still in the embryonic stage of recovery. The future was in Asia, which is one of the reasons he accepted this whole procedure to take place. Plus, he had been retrained to use his quirk because inmates using their quirks in prison had their sentences extended. Well, of course, he didn't stop using it. He stopped using it on others and only used it on himself. especially since he had to prepare for the caged fights he had to participate in to entertain the wardens so they could post the fight on the dark net. However, here, in Tartarus, they used some drags on inmates to keep them in check. That's why he'd been sent here, and right now, he was sure of one thing: he was tired, and it wasn't with this white light and the tatami in the corner of the room that his sleep was going to be restful. The detainee still wondered how long he would stay in this room eating white rice at every meal. This kind of thing could be seen as psychological torture. Fortunately for him, he had only been there for 3 days, and he could always force himself to sleep by secreting a maximum of melatonin to avoid going crazy. Fortunately, a photograph finally came in. That said, one thing soon disturbed him. He felt as if he was being watched. Faint noises and breathing could be heard. He couldn't figure out exactly where it was coming from, but who's there? Felix drawled, lying on his tatami. Stop being a creep. I know you're here. No answer. But nah. Someone was indeed there. Heaving a sigh, he closed his eyelids and tried getting some sleep. The Viwaya was probably going to be less patient than him. After all, he had just gotten out of 3 years in prison. After more than an hour of dozing, Felix looked up at a noise coming from the ceiling. Damn it, began a male voice between growling and sighing. Talk about a shitty job. You're cleared. They had nothing to worry about, concluded a man who until then had been hanging from the ceiling with his big, scaly fingers. His hanging tongue and color-changing skin were reminiscent of a chameleon or frog. You came in here at the same time as the photographer, right? Felix yawned. Yeah. It's quite rare for people to detect M. Stopping mid-sentence, the man sighed as he dropped to the ground. Follow me. Those 3 days here were your final test. To know whether you were worth it or not. What if I wasn't worth it? You would have stayed here indefinitely. The man shrugged. It may be overkill, but we must enforce the law, that's all. Today, more than ever. I'm gonna enforce something in your stupid face, moron. If I weren't 6 feet deep in this FNG mess, I would have given all these BS artists Graves' disease by now. Fasake. Now that he was coming out of that sheet-hole, keeping his disdain bottled up. For now was better. This guy seemed to be just another of their agents, so there was no need to go for his head this soon. The chameleon frog man handcuffed him and took him out of his cell. Hundreds of cells followed each other in an endless corridor. A prison for the most dangerous supervillains. Villains for whom even the death penalty is not enough. Given the security setup here, getting out of there would be a feat like any prison. It has different levels for traitors, enemies of the state, prisoners of war, etc. And he was in the enemies of the state aisle. His prisoner number was #stopping his thought flow. He focused on stopping his quirk, in case they had someone that could analyze his body. Soon after, finally arrived in large room. A group of people was waiting around a large table, some already sitting around it, looking at both Felix and the chameleon frogman. In just a second, everyone sat on their chair, leaving only one seat available. One of them invited him to join them with a hand movement. Slumping down on the chair, Felix stretched using the backrest. I am deeply sorry for the treatment you've been subjected to, Mr. Fortier, began the woman he had heard from his cell. But we have to take precautions. We strongly suspect foreign countries of criminal activities against Japan. The fact your government agreed to send you to us was very much suspicious. She paused, but seeing that Felix was content to look her straight in the eye as she swung into her chair, she continued. For all your health problems due to your life in jail, like your battered back, we contacted Recovery Girl to help. She has agreed to heal you. Oh, Felix said, raising his eyebrows. The woman who can repair bones in seconds? Indeed. That would be nice, he said with a sympathetic smile. But I'm not an idiot. What do you want in return? I'm pretty good at pastry if you need a cook dash. We didn't recruit you to be a stupid maid, replied the woman, making it clear to Felix that his humor would have no effect on her. The group around the table became tenser, so the woman tried to ease the tension by asking for an agent of hers to make some coffee and give some to Felix. She also requested that he be unhandcuffed. During this time, several people around the table took out their files, aware that they would have to give him at least a minimum amount of information. Our request is brief. But before we get to that, I'd like to talk about your quirk, began an elderly man, his white hair backward. We are aware that you can manipulate your own body's hormones as you please, so for example, if you are in a dangerous situation, you can force your body to secrete a lot of adrenaline, which gives you increased strength, endurance, and greater awareness. It allows you to outperform many people, even with more powerful quirks. Is that right? Yeah. But I'm limited to what my body can handle. I can go over that limit for several days depending on the hormones before I feel the effects, but if I stay too long like this, it ruins my health. Very good. Your medical studies will make it easier for us because you already know most of the hormones and their uses, sighed the man, almost relieved. That said, it's also possible that you can make sure that the people you touch receive these various boosts, adrenaline, insulin, norepinephrine, etc. We know that you can irreversibly alter someone by heightening these hormones, giving a physical, mental, and quirk boost to someone. A kind of quirk doping while avoiding ruining their health. That's what you were sent in jail for after all. Felix grinned. He couldn't stay serious. The Japanese government wants him for what had cost him 3 years of his life. He had done this for money at the time, to pay for his studies and then to have fun, but now it was something else entirely. However, the people around this table had no idea how he managed to do that. And that was their problem to solve. Doping your heroes isn't something most people would see as lawful. I can actually do it. It's usually easier for men though, but it takes some time. For a woman, it's even longer and requires more investment. Which is, I have to equalize the Herm level in the person's body. In other words, if I wanted to create an irreversible boost that causes no damage, then I have to upgrade all the other hormones to the same level. So, if I do this for adrenaline, I need to do the same for every Herm one after another. He explained by putting his hand on his chin. For men, it's fairly easy. I just have to touch the dude's head, preferably the back of it, 'cause, you know, the pituitary and pineal gland are in there, same for the hypothalamus. No need to affect other areas to bring significant long-term results, but for women it's different. The menstrual cycle constantly changes the hormones level ladies have in them, so to boost them, I need to stabilize this aspect of their metabolism. To do this, I have to approach the few glands responsible for this as closely as possible. So, the ovaries, replied the only woman in the room in a weak voice. And how can you do that? Tactlessly asked the man, which bothered the chairwoman of the Hero Public Safety Commission, HPSE. I can do the first treatment with my hand through the skin, so just by touching the area around the pelvis, but usually it has almost no effect. So, I have to go directly to it and get a closer look. I can do it with my hand, but well, it's better for everyone if I do this with my fifth member. The chairwoman seemed to regret coming all the way here to meet Felix, but she managed to keep her sigh silent and put her purse to the ground before placing an elbow on the table to hold her head. One thing is confusing me about the file the Canadians gave us. Something isn't very well explained, she mumbled. It says that there's a high probability that you can absorb people's hormones. Seeing that Felix once again did not respond, she sighed and continued her monologue. The hormones that feed the quirks are mainly produced by the pinky toe. It says that they think you can absorb these hormones and steal the person's ability for a while. An uneasy silence dwelled in the room, forcing everyone to find a way out of the situation. Some knew the capabilities of the hormones it would need to boost, which wasn't very heroic. Otherwise, if Felix accepted this plan, they would have to trust him fully with no other alternative. I don't know how they got this information, but yeah, I can do that indeed, but only with powers that don't alter my body. Why? She asked with a sharp glance. Oh, I don't know how my body will react if I alter it with all might Herm, for example. I think I would just explode. Yeah. Understandable. I'm sorry to ask about this since it's the main reason you have taken the wrong path, but how can you steal a quirk exactly? I need to extract this special Herm that is unique to every human possessing a quirk, and I ingest it, but it dilutes very quickly in my blood. So let's say I steal the hormones from someone who is able to create fire. If I do that, I could only create fire for a short time. I don't know if the quirk can be of the same strength as the original. I have almost no experience with that. Don't worry about experience. We gonna get you trained. May I at least know why you want all this from me? The former inmate asked, placing both hands on the table. I'd also like to know if I'm getting paid or what did I gain thanks to this? Well, we suspect a quirk-boosting drag has already begun to be produced here in Japan. Our country seems to be the new El Dorado, which might attract more attention than we need or want. We don't know by whom or where it started, but 2 villains have already been arrested with even more powerful powers than before, but only for a limited time. We want to make sure that we have our own drag to counter them if this boost ever becomes real, the woman sighed. And yes, you'll be paid, but according to your results, at least at first. You will get free food and state financial aid. We have already booked a flat for you. A cab will show you the way. How gentle of you, I could fall in love. He sneered. It's not like I can protest anyway. Just know that we will need you soon to push a heroine who is unwilling to work in a team, to work in a team. She promised that if she lost her match against the person we selected, she would agree to follow our orders for a month. Well, I'm not really a fighter, you know, said the one who almost killed an entire gang in jail to protect a warden. How did she know this? The Canadian penitentiary had tried to hide it because it would have shown that security wasn't up to par. Anyway, the only reason he defended the warden was to get praise from the staff and to get a reduced sentence if he continued his exemplary behavior, not to defend someone who was exploiting him to gain money. Well, of course, he let his former wardens a little spicy gift before leaving. But, yes, sometimes you have to put your pride aside to get by. Didn't know that you liked me that much? He sneered with a smirk. I know that I'm handsome, but if you could avoid stalking me dash. Cut that CRP out. Rude. More importantly, you aren't expected to perform heroic deeds at all, especially from someone like you. Whether you're fighting, FING, or whatever has absolutely no importance for us. We just want results, we don't care how you get them. Cross the line from time to time, we can always back you up, but don't overdo it dash. The chairwoman's phone rang, cutting off their discussions. She got up and left for a corner of the room while everyone patiently waited for her to come back to end this meeting that no one but Felix enjoyed. She seemed rather distraught by what she had just learned but quickly calmed down. She turned off her phone, went back to the table but didn't sit down. Gentlemen, we have to go. It seems that 2 heroes have been tricked again by this bloodsucker. The media will surely want to see us, she said firmly. As for you, Felix, a cab is ready to take you back to your new apartment. Here's your professional phone, don't use it for anything else, understood? Yes, ma'am. Are you some kind of dictator or something? Maybe I am. Just remember to keep everything secret, you know what will happen to you if not. For now, goodbye, we will meet again soon. She paused and continued to talk without looking back at him. Consider yourself as one of our mates or comrade now, no longer as an inmate. This life is over for you, she concluded just before closing the door. I will keep that in mind, then. Just wait till I transform you into an oxytocin-serotonin-dependent beach. You'll get fed by dudes every FING day of the week. God, I hate her already. He stayed there, along with the chameleon man behind him. So, finally, he was going to be even more trained to use his quirk now. And he had a freshly paid apartment, the dream, you can say. He who just wanted freedom was partially satisfied. All that was left to do was to get rid of the hold the Japanese government had on him, and he would be good. He looked at his hands, capable of miracles that few people could understand. After all, he could stop himself from sleeping for 2 days without feeling the effects, use adrenaline to get a way better reaction time and strength, or secrete testosterone to make his muscles more robust and have a better energy. These were all invisible powers, and so most people just thought he was quirkless. In spite of his laziness, he decided to do something he hadn't done for some time. He quickly concentrated and closed his eyelids. Shapes of letters appeared in his mind, like a screen directly integrated into his brain. Nothing has changed since then. Metabolism and energy check, full throttle. Exceeding body's capacities, 12%. Stored hormones and pheromones, 42%. Level 69, 138 138. Skills, leveling up boosts all skills. Adrenaline rush, increase physical capacity and reduce pain. Cortisol burst, boost metabolism, memory formation and reduce inflammation. Melatonin bed, cools the body, makes people less aware and sleepy. Norepinephrine, or the word impossible to pronounce aloud on the first try. Increases heart rate, blood pressure, attention, and focus. Oxytocin crush, enhances bonding and jealousy, regulates emotional responses, including trust, empathy, positive memories, and fidelity. Lemon pheromone, releases a cloud of releaser pheromones within a 5 meters radius. Copium lethargy, for those incapable to accept the harsh reality, this skill can help, but be aware of the dangerous reality check that can happen afterward. Plus, more skills here. It's not like I don't like the idea of using my quirk, but I'm still caped at level I need to find a way. Like my father and his quirk, I probably can reboot this system of mine while keeping my abilities intact. But hey, all this is going to be very profitable for me. But that's not what makes me feel like it right now. For the time being, he didn't want to think about anything, he just wanted to rest. Still, just before getting into his cab, he thought back to his past. The heroes of his childhood, then his mistakes. Things he could no longer change. All these times, he had dreamed of having a time machine to go back to fix his errors, to change just a tiny moment of his life. But all that wasn't reality, even in a world as incredible as this one. He had been unable to do anything good for anybody else, not even for himself. His parents were no longer there to watch him fail or succeed, but this time it was the right one. Hope is life, and a new life was waiting for him here. I'll find a way. If you get a second chance, don't waste it. Creator's thoughts. Brainer 0T Brainer 0T. Hello, degree. This chapter was reworked on December 1st. It's still quite old and includes references to memes or events that happened 3 to 4 years ago. If you want to know what the story really talks about, I encourage you to read Chapter 2 at least. 95 comment. Chapter 2, Foreign Origin. Most Japanese TV channels were only showing entertainment content at that time, while Felix forced himself to listen to a news channel about heroes and villains. It was only 4 a.m. That's what happens when he uses his quirk to sleep. Melatonin and metamelatonin make a good sleeping pill, too good. He slept like a log and woke up 28 hours later. Well, yeah, he needed that sleep, but now he has 3 missed calls and unread 2 messages. Anyway, he tossed his phone on the bed before getting up to fetch orange juice from the fridge. The apartment provided to him could accommodate a whole family. Even now, he wondered how the Japanese government could give this to someone like him who asked for nothing but a salary rather than to give this flat family in need. Well, he already knew the answer, but still. Despite the harshness with which they treated him, the Hero Public Safety Commission was doing everything to be in Felix's good grace. Seems like it's even a priority. They wouldn't do that if there wasn't an emergency. As a result, the former inmate knew they hadn't told him everything, but it was probably better for him. The more you know, the more responsibility you have. His eyes shifted to the TV after hearing something interesting. Something that every country in the world had but no one could get tired of. The hero ranking. All Might gonna be first as usual. That's why he's known all over the world, after all. Also, because he worked in the US back then too. Unsurprisingly, All Might was first, with a big lead. Even so, Felix couldn't help but cringe when he thought about his motto and his exaggerated, heroic behavior. Behind him stood Endeavor, a little known outside of Japan because of his temperament. Those behind the 2 top heroes were only known here in Japan. Hawk, Best Jeanist, Edshot, Crust, Yoroi Musha, Ryukyu. Felix didn't remember everyone, and obviously, everything was centered around the top 10, but some of the names seemed more interesting than others among the remaining heroes. The N-Degree 17 Kamui would seemed fairly popular with women, Wash fairly popular with kids, and Mirko, the N-Degree 14, fairly popular with men. No wonder why. He will probably boost most of these heroes. It will take some time though. And yes, he would rather be here doing this than rotting in prison for 2 more years. Caged fights, all the noises, the inmates' cries, And all the gay shit he has seen. No thanks. However, boosting these people will be quite hard. As the Hero Commission said, discretion is advised. He would have to make sure that the people receiving the hormones didn't notice what he's doing. This is a lot harder than it sounds, especially if he needs to touch a gland such as the thyroids or kidneys. It wasn't impossible, but it would probably require him to use melatonin or pheromones to lower the hero's guard and reduce his awareness. I'm both unlucky and lucky. It changes from my part-time fast food job. After more than an hour of reading an ebook about Japanese law, his apartment doorbell rang. The noise was so loud that he jumped and didn't know what to do for a few seconds, half stunned. He had no idea who it could be, especially at only 5 a.m. He opened the door apprehensively, hoping it wasn't because he hadn't answered the calls and messages. But on the other side of the door stood a gray-haired old nurse with a visor and a syringe as a hairpin, accompanied by two men dressed in black. "Hello, young man, we called you and came here yesterday, but apparently, you weren't there." "And you are?" he asked, raising an eyebrow while holding the door in one hand as the sun was just beginning to rise. "I wasn't expecting a visit from the men in black." "I'm Recovery Girl, you dum-dum. The Hero Commission asked this old lady to come over here to treat you. It's a bit cheesy to ask this to someone my age to move from her office, but I guess they have their reasons. I'm sorry to make you do this, but I can give you some tea and some biscuit I baked earlier to make up for it. Well, if you want, of course." Felix added, thinking back to his deceased grandmother. Felix sighed and smiled before waving at the old lady and her two bodyguards to enter his apartment. Sending this woman here was risky, even protected by two bodyguards. Her quirk made headlines when she saved the American vice president from certain death during a multicultural meeting in Japan at least 20 years ago. It only strengthened the Japan-American friendship at the cost of increased illegal activities between the two countries. Some say that this is why small Yakuza groups are still active today. Well, anyway, today, the two countries were at each other's throats despite All Might and Star and Stripes' yearly hero meeting. Time takes its toll, both physically and mentally. Japan never forgot the two bombs. "Come in." "Thanks," she said, taking off her shoes. "It's rare to find people your age showing this kind of gentleness." "That's enough for me," she replied, narrowing her eyes. "That said, now that I take a closer look at you, you don't seem particularly hurt. The damage must be on the inside, isn't it?" He nodded and went to boil the water in the teapot while taking his cookies from a small wooden box. Despite his skills as a baker and apprentice doctor, he would become neither of these two things, a bargaining chip to avoid a potential war with the West. That was what he was. A bargaining chip able to boost Japan's heroes to avoid a potential world war. He was the most important yet unknown person in the world. A kind of shadow hero, despite being what people call a scum. Sadly for them, he had other plans. Playing the lamb is fun for a while, but he would soon be tired of all that shit. That's convenient for the Hero Commission, but they'll not be able to hide it forever. I just have to improve and wait for a single error, one moment, one opportunity, and I'm good. Before returning to the three people in the living room, he wiped off his Machiavellian smile and watered his face. For now, he didn't want to be acknowledged or famous, even though it could be beneficial to achieve his primary goal. Best to keep a low profile for the time being. His second idea was to reveal the government's shenanigans to the public to fight crime, banditry, and vigilantism. People would then make up their minds and act with full knowledge of the facts. Felix wasn't a good person, he knew it, but he didn't want to destroy innocent people's life. It was boring. On the other hand, he had no compassion for those on the hypocritical good side using the same schemes as the so-called evil side. "Ah, Liberty, I'm coming soon after taking care of these apes." Felix had already been used as a tool for years, even before going to prison. He had enough of that. He had to make the wardens' wives addicted to their husbands in exchange for food, make some inmates amorphous so the guys who gambled on one would most likely win, etc. And now he was going to continue being used? Society managed to bring out the worst of himself. It was going to be his turn now. "Something's bothering you, young man?" No, my back hurts because of the training, that's all," he replied, mixing truth and falsehood while putting the tray down with all the food. And you can just call me Felix. Thanks for the cookies, she chuckled while stuffing her mouth. So, if I understand correctly, I must heal your back and neck. Emchum. Thanks to her quirk, she speed up a person's healing process 1,000-fold, so needless to say, her quirk would heal his back and repair his damaged glands. The healing process of his glands and the pain it caused were excruciating, to the point he needed to use tons of metamelatonin to sleep for a few hours. Nobody knew that, though. Adrenal fatigue, gland fatigue, happens when you're too stressed, vitamin deficient because of lack of sun and food, and when what you finally manage to eat is either spoiled or poisoned food. And given what he had to do in prison to survive, of course, people hated him. As always, he'd gotten used to it now. After 20 minutes, during which they discussed the increased crime rate, she finally got up and healed him. Felix was surprised at first but accepted his fate. He had to be cured by an old lady possessing the infamous power of magical, healing kisses. Reminds me of Grandma. He immediately felt that his vertebrae were straightening, making him taller, and his numbness disappeared after 3 magical kisses. He was already feeling much more refreshed than in the past 5 years. His dark circles would finally disappear, and caring for himself would no longer be a daily grind. It would also significantly increase his mobility and his ability to fight. Your spine was something else, young man. It must feel good to be able to stretch your back finally, chuckled Recovery Girl. As an old crone, I understand how it feels. Yeah, he smiled. Thanks for the help. I'm already feeling better. You're welcome. Now I need to go to this stupid UA to finish preparations for the start of the new school year. So, goodbye, maybe we will see you again. The old woman left with her bodyguards and 2 cookies in each hand, wishing him a good day. However, Felix decided it wouldn't end like that. He had to try something in order to test the water. He previously dropped one of the guards' tasers on the ground after pickpocketing it, so he went to pick it up and tapped the shoulder of one of the bodyguards, quickly touching the back of his head. Melatonin bed cools the body, makes people sleepy, and decreases awareness. Excuse me, sir. You dropped this. The man widened his eyes, seemingly ashamed, and bowed his head before leaving. They walked down the stairs, but before getting to the car, Felix saw the effect of the gland he had just activated in that man. It wasn't very potent, but for only a brief instant, it worked. A high concentration of normal melatonin. The circadian CYCL herm was just an all-out test with the remaining herm I had stored in this gland, but it worked pretty well. Well, I'll have to empty the other glands now that they're all healthy again. Old stored hormones are just like parasites. He didn't have the same endurance and experience as before in terms of how he could use hormones, but he still had the same knowledge. His quirk was a mix of his father's and mother's, so using his hormonal abilities without using his system was possible, but his power would be less potent if he did so. A clear and calm mind is needed if he wants to make his system appear inside his head, which is impossible during a fight. Still, now it seems like it's easier to manifest the two. He still didn't know when the Hero Commission would call him back, but he had some free time now, so he decided to go into town to get some fresh air and check the neighborhood. The area was quiet and peaceful. Almost nobody was around at this hour, too. The phone in his pocket vibrated several times, alerting him that his free time would soon end. He looked at the person's name and picked it up, starting the conversation with a sigh. Yes. Saying hello is the minimum required when picking up the phone, Mr. Fortier. Hello. Hello. She paused and sighed before resuming with a more professional voice. We need you to meet someone. A hero. He has an agency near your home, only a few subway stations away. What's certain is that you don't waste any time. Yes, we need you to recruit that heroine this month. Obviously, we have no time to waste. The hero who will give you a chance in this fight is named Night Eye. Like you, he has a challenging quirk to notice. He will teach you how to fight against a hand-to-hand fighter, even if you're already experienced. I already sent you the address yesterday, but you didn't reply. I feel like I'm being treated like a child. Stop complaining. You'll only be there with him for 2 weeks. He's pretty busy, so try to learn from him. Anyway, if you can meet him today, that would be better. Now, chop chop. I'm close to a subway station, so I might as well go there, he sighed, scratching his head as he watched the giant villain and the hero he had seen on TV the night before, Kamui Wood, both walking directly on the tracks. Yeah, it might be more complex than we thought, to be honest. Why did you say? Before the president of the Hero Commission could finish her sentence, a shout prevented the two from continuing their discussions. Canyon Cannon. The next second, the villain was lying on the ground, and a giant heroine crashed to the street in an uproar that shook the ground, creating a mini-earthquake. Despite having destroyed part of the road as she fell, she seemed rather satisfied and pulled the villain by his breaths as if she was holding a used handkerchief. Today is the day of my debut. My name is Milady, a pleasure to make your acquaintance, concludes the giant heroine before winking as a boring child wrote down everything he had seen in his notebook. Felix looked at her with greater attention, analyzing the details, and he came to only one conclusion. Oh my, oh my. What happened? The colossal titan has just appeared, and he's sexier than I thought. What are you talking about? Anyway, just get ready to meet this hero, he's kind of special. His associates will probably make you feel more comfortable. Now, I need to work, bye. Felix didn't pay any more attention to the fact that she had hung up. He just knew he had to go see a guy named Sir Night-Eye. That was enough for him for now. The various heroes present on the scene attracted almost 100% of his attention, Lady being the most interesting one for many people, thanks to her pronounced SEC appeal, which she voluntarily emphasized. But Felix left without delay. His new training was waiting for him. It would be here and now that his new life would begin. The origin of his story began right there and then. Creator's thoughts. Brainer 0T, Brainer 0T. One thing is certain, she has a gigantic butt. Reworked on December 1st, Comet. 53 Comet. Chapter 3, Player and Catcher. The hero Felix met was taller than him. He had to be at least 6.5 feet, a rare thing for Japanese people. His black hair with a few colored strands and his attire reminded Felix of the average Japanese businessman he saw every day. When the former inmate entered his agency after being warned by his sidekicks, the gaze he gave to the young man proved that he was either on edge or sizing him up. His cold and analytical gaze didn't destabilize Felix, who briefly showed his identity card to confirm that he wasn't an imposter. After waving to him to go into his office, they sat opposite to each other before silence fell. Night-Eye had prohibited his associates from entering his office, indicating that he took this meeting seriously. However, Felix had difficulty taking him seriously. Despite his stature, he was as thin as a twig and had a behavior that he found funny. So, for starters, grumbled the hero, pulling his glasses up on his nose, I don't believe at all in what the Hero Commission said. They would never send someone quirkless into this office. Secondly, if I accept to give you 2 weeks of my time, it's because I consider it smarter to bet on a person whom the president of the commission herself put her trust in. Therefore, I will have no remorse in making you learn everything you need to learn the hard way, even if you end up in a hospital stay. All the people I've met until now seem to be on their PRD. Is it just you, or are all Japanese people like that? Night-Eye looked up with surprise, with a barely visible smile that disappeared almost immediately after Felix noticed it. I was told I had to train you to fight Mirko. Do you even know who that is? A black-skinned chick with bunny ear looking like the perfect combination of Lola Bunny and an Easter egg. Except that she ripped as F-. Goddamn abs. Felix stopped, looking at Sir. Yeah, you're not the funny type of guy, huh? I just got a quick look at her face on TV. Let me just tell you, we're gonna work on your speed and reflexes. You won't be able to match her strength. The hero then put down a piece of paper and a pen and pushed them toward Felix, who rolled his eyes as he understood what he had to do. The paperwork is really necessary? It's an essential process in our society. Not filling them out would be to throw yourself out of the system. Yeah, Felix replied with irony. So I'm some kind of intern, huh? Anyway, I have no choice but to accept, so we have no need for paperwork. Waste of paper. Deforestation, all that not cool for a hero. Sir Night-Eye took back the document without answering and put it in one of his drawers. He also seemed to pull something out of it. He wrote on his computer for a few seconds at breakneck speed. He then looked at the young man from the corner of his eye. Felix moved back promptly by reflex as he saw Night Eye arching his arms slightly backward. A second later, a seal passed at high velocity toward his shoulder. However, thanks to his initial movement's inertia, he dodged the item, which crashed on the concrete wall at the other end of the room, shattering bits of it. Can I ask what this is all about? I'm going to judge your fighting skills right here and now. The office is big enough for that, and I have about 10 copies of these same posters, so don't bother holding back. Just show me what you're made of. Felix nodded and closed his eyelids for a moment to concentrate on his quirk, but he barely had time to open his eyes again when a second seal almost hit his knee and reversed the direction of his legs bending. I haven't had my morning coffee yet, so my aim, quirk, and strength might be a little off, the hero added, jumping over his desk. I'm going to avoid vital organs while you just try to do your best, he concluded, supplying himself with 3 seals in each hand. Felix raised his eyebrows, understanding that the guy before him was dead serious. He prepared himself for a fight, his fists raised in front of his face, his left leg forward, and staring at him. These seals are his. Weapons? I guess you can't judge a book by its cover. They told me his quirk was like mine, invisible. Probably something that is happening inside his body. Let's see if I can use my father's quirk while fighting. Several hormones at his disposal allowed him to enter into fighting conditions, except that his lack of practice didn't leave him a lot of choices. Metabolism and energy check, no issue. Exceeding body's capacities, 33%. Stored hormones and pheromones, 16%. Adrenaline rush. Increase physical capacity and reduce pain. Norepinephrine. Increases heart rate, blood pressure, attention, and focus. Alpha-tiosin. Increase production of blood cells, bone mass, muscle strength, and energy. He opted for a hormonal combo that worked every time in this kind of situation. Unfortunately, his gland couldn't produce much metaherm because of formed adrenal fatigue, so the boosts lacked potency. I just need a few seconds for it to take effect. However, these 2 seconds of thinking were enough for him to get a high-density seal crashing down on his stomach, expelling all the air from his lungs. He recovered in a heartbeat, but Night Eye approached him and dodged the punch Felix was about to throw at his face before sliding one of his legs down to the ground in an attempt to unbalance the ex-con. Sheet. He managed to jump dodge and delivered a violent punch towards the hero's chin, who also dodged before pulling Felix by the arm and then smashing his elbow directly on his diaphragm. Mr. Twig isn't as frail as I thought. This guy avoids everything that flies at him. But he almost gets me every time. His quirk has something to do with it. I can copy it, but he would never let me approach him enough to do this. But, fortunately, the pain he was feeling subsided gradually, and a kind of warrior euphoria took hold of him. It was like he was more awake and aware, more energetic, and felt like his blood was flowing inside him at tremendous speed. The constant flow of hormones into his bloodstream gave him at least about twice the capacity of a normally constituted person with just a little boost, and this would only increase if he continued to let his quirk work. He had never reached a limit. His body seemed to tolerate any amount of herm. Nevertheless, the higher the hormones in his blood were, the harder it was to increase their potency. The only issue was that he needed to replenish a massive stock of them in minutes or even seconds, which he believed impossible. Felix ped his fist toward his attacker before withdrawing it and attempting a high kick. Yet again, Night Eye dodged his blow, and his foot crashed against the wall, tearing small pieces of concrete. Fortunately for him, his bones were more robust than average, but my toes. It's going to hurt as soon as I stop my adrenaline rush. Focus. Or you will lose, snorted Night Eye angrily while rushing at him. Felix had no time to react as Night Eye continued the onslaught with a judo move. Still, thanks to his increased strength, he managed to escape the situation. The blood passing through his muscles, the sugar supplying them a hefty dose of energy, his brain now gradually let him use more than 50% of his muscles' capacities, and coupled with his bone resistance, the kicks he gave to the floor to propel himself or hit his opponent lightly broke the tile. He used the wall to project himself even higher and rushed towards the hero, who dodged at the right moment but couldn't stop his foot, which ended up embedded in the desk. His foot was now just stuck in the wood. "You finished yourself, you know that?" asked the hero in a disappointed tone. However, Felix didn't intend to stop there. Seeing what would happen to him, Night Eye went on the defensive and prepared to dodge. However, avoiding a large wooden structure despite knowing the future wasn't so easy, especially without his morning coffee. Moreover, Night Eye was beginning to be strangely tired for no apparent reason. Adrenaline Rush X3. "Come on." The former inmate pet his foot with all his might in a circular movement and projected the desk right to his opponent like a mere soccer ball. He heard his knee and ankle crack violently, but the pain didn't befall. The hormones were gradually adding up and clumping together, but he felt his power and speed increasing more and more slowly. So that was the limit of his strength for the moment. Night Eye managed to dodge most of the danger but got his arm squashed. As one would expect from a pro hero, he was immediately ready to charge at the young man again, despite what he had just experienced. But now, papers were flying everywhere. And so Felix's plan had matured. He didn't know if it would work, but who doesn't try anything got nothing. After a massive rush of herm cocktails, Felix instantly ran to the two seals lying at the other end of the room that Night Eye had used at the beginning of the fight. Despite their weight, he picked them up and threw the first one to Night Eye's head. It caused him to move towards the wall while holding his head. Felix then threw the second seal without delay, but contrary to what he thought, Sir couldn't wholly dodge it, which broke his glasses, pieces of glass projecting towards his eyes. Now, Felix jumped towards the hero and finally managed to give him a violent punch that Night Eye tried to dodge, followed by a knee kick in the stomach. Luckily, I touched the back of his head during his judo move. A bit of metamelatonin is powerful if used at the right timing. That was a close call. "That's enough," ordered the hero, rubbing his eyes. "Lucky for you, you didn't gouge my eyes out. I don't know what you did, but I felt a rush of fatigue. I didn't even know how to react when I realized what would happen to me. My fault for not taking this fight seriously. You were holding back, weren't you?" Felix sneered as he looked away, concealing that he, too, had been holding back and that he had not yet recovered all his former strength. "Yes, my reflexes are sluggish in the morning, and as I said before, I didn't get my coffee yet. Bubble Girl can't even do that part of her work," he mumbled, pulling his glasses up over his nose. "Besides, my goal wasn't to knock you out as a reminder." "Very kind of you. You're quite ironic and cynical, isn't it?" "Whatever. That was purely a small test to force you to show me your abilities. Now, there's still a lot of work you need to do to be exemplary. Your super speed and super strength are great, but the people you need to fight aren't easily defeated," he explained tactlessly, as Felix contained a mischievous smile. "We'll work on that tomorrow, but now you're gonna help me clean up this mess." Messing up the place wasn't such a good idea after all, but at least he had some kind of trust of both Night Eye and the HPSC, thanks to this. Playing the fool and the weakling was kind of fun, especially thinking about when they would all realize their mistakes. Patience is a virtue. He met Centipeder and Bubble Girl, two individuals indeed much more agreeable than Night Eye. The young heroine's costume revealed the lower part of her BRSS, which proved that the shyness present in her must have been crushed a long time ago. Especially when we assume that we can see a good part of her blue belly down to her pelvis. Even Empty Lady didn't show as much with her costume. Apparently, it wasn't the first time this room was ransacked. It seemed like Night Eye was quite fond of fighting people in his office to gauge them. Bubble Girl told him an intern from UA who had been working here for 2 years had to do the same to prove that he was worthy. It had been the same for Centipeder and for her, but even now, she didn't even know why he accepted her. "Geez, we're finally done," began Bubble Girl, wiping her forehead without taking off her gas mask. "I've never seen Sir's desk broken before. This thing's made of oak wood and stuff, kinda sturdy. Are you a guy with a bulldozer quirk or something?" "Huh. Something like that, yeah." Felix smiled at her as he gave her a pile of files. "I'm going to have some painful reminder of that fight tonight, especially my toes. To be fair, it just proves that wasn't that much of a good fight." "Really? From the way Sir told me about you, you put up a pretty good fight. Like, kinda, from what I saw, outstanding." Is it? Are you trying to extort compliments from me by any chance? When you told me I was outstanding, it had a nice ring to it. I couldn't help but ask again, Felix joked, putting a hand on her shoulder. Well, everything's tidied up. It should do for now since I have to dash off. I got a call from my employer. The HPSC had called him to know if it ended well, but he wasn't really looking to call them back quickly, so he took his time to say goodbye and tidy his stuff. As for Sir, he was locked back in his office, analyzing and investigating an unusual criminal case. Thanks to his advanced hearing, he heard them talk about Yakuza a while ago, but he missed most of the information. Anyway, if he were to work with them, he would probably end up learning more about that. On a different tack, before leaving, Felix had left a small piece of himself inside Bubble Girl. Something she didn't know about. It was merely to experiment and see what would happen by using the old skills he used at the time to make money, for his plots and pleasure still worked. Plus, Bubble Girl was appealing and inviting. She had this shy but eager aura emanating from her. Unbeknownst to her, he had touched her shoulder with a purpose, releasing a very lovely herm inside her body. Oxytocin crush enhances bonding and jealousy, regulates emotional responses, including trust, empathy, positive memories, and fidelity. The love herm, also called the cuddle herm or even the love drag, oxytocin, being one of the 4 hormones related to the reward pleasure embedded inside the brain, people often end up addicted to one of the happy hormones, either serotonin, dopamine, endorphins, or oxytocin. As oxytocin is released, for example, when people cuddle, touch each other, or lock eyes, it's easy to understand how people become in love with love itself. This is particularly true for women because testosterone blocks the effects of oxytocin. This is why women are more likely to fall in love after having SEC, but men tend not to. Plus, this herm promotes emotional bonding between people, trust, and if these certain studies were valid, even fidelity. All this while giving the person more genuine and joyful emotions and allowing them to memorize good and lovable events more easily. The trap is then readily set, and they fall into the lion's den. She's lucky I don't use my super hormones. That'd be a different story, but I'm in no condition to do that. That'll be enough for now. I'll awaken her feminine and animal instincts bit by bit and see what happens. Nothing's better than to stop lying to ourselves and become what our body and Quirk ask us to be. Plus, she might like it. That said, as with every herm, it was a reasonably lengthy process if he didn't end up in bed with them. Not that he wasn't planning to do so, of course. Playing and teasing his prey was where the fun was. On the other hand, the more a woman is attracted, pleased, and true to herself, the more hormones she produces, which is gold for Felix. Especially if, in addition to recovering these hormones that are present in too large quantities in their bodies, he could simultaneously boost them and pick up some of their superhormones. Now, that would be perfect, just like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Aren't I daydreaming right now? That's not like me. I'd better get busy and finish my studies on pheromones. Returning to the subway with goals and ideas in mind, Felix scrolled the news on his phone. Tweets of different heroes had a considerable number of likes, something that was alike everywhere in the world. A new fashion brand marketing their products using the eye-catching figure of the dragon heroine Ryukyu, the visit of the wild pussycats and Wash to an inpatient children's clinic, and MT lady heralding her debut with a more than a suggestive picture. Beach is gonna do that and tell people to stop sexualizing them, goddamn. Knowing that he would barely have time to buy food before going to the Hero Commission headquarters, he hurried to a fast food restaurant wishing for a moment of peace. Although eating while walking in Japan wasn't correct, he didn't care that much about what was being seen as good manners here and simply continued what he was doing. However, just after exiting the restaurant, at 12 p.m., he heard an exclamation and noticed many people stepping away from the sidewalk in a hurry as he understood what was happening. A snot-green liquid villain was running at him, or maybe just fleeing after committing a robbery. His reflexes were fast enough to avoid the robber. Still, the disgusting green and gooey liquid spread and touched him before engulfing him, unaware that close contact with Felix wasn't something you wanted if you wanted to avoid problems. The only words Felix heard before the thing tried to take control of his body left him puzzled and, "But catch me if you can." Creator's thoughts. Brainer 0T Brainer 0T. For those who want to know what happens, just check the first chapter of the manga. You might realize something I understood. P.S. How many chapters do you think it will take to reach the first lemon one? Degree. Comment. 39 comment. Chapter 4, Gigantic Lechery. The F is going on? This is FING disgusting. His body was covered with some non-Newtonian liquid. It was solid when he struggled and liquid when he stopped moving. He couldn't get anywhere, and he couldn't see sunlight anymore. The same goo covered his eyes. It also smelled horrible, like a mix of sewer and vomit. Yes, the worst thing was that the villain was trying to get into his mouth and was partially controlling his body despite his resistance. Damn it. Why is this happening to me? I'm going to puke. What did this villain think he was? An anti-protagonist? His eyes could sometimes see the foul-smelling tunnels he was walking through, though he could hear the villain grumbling. He probably didn't expect a guy like Felix to put up such resistance. He felt the villain turn around as if to see if he was still being chased, and apparently he was still being chased. Even in a liquid state, the villain was still secreting hormones, and Felix had easily felt his adrenaline flow because of the unwanted closeness he had with him. Suddenly he saw some light, then cries resounded all around him, partially muffled by the liquid he had all around him. He heard warnings from several people, probably heroes, who were trying to help him. However, the villain only tried even harder to get inside his body, as if to warn everyone that it was a hostage situation. Unfortunately for the villain, the closer Felix was to his victim, the more hold he had. It took some time, but from that distance, he could manipulate the enemy's pheromones and hormones in such a way as to destabilize or even paralyze with fear the thing that was trying to suffocate him. Here you go, you DMN degenerate. Cortisol burst, boost metabolism, memory formation and reduce inflammation. Melatonin bed, cools the body, makes people less aware and sleepy. Lemon pheromone, releases a cloud of releaser pheromones within a 5 meters radius. For him, mixing pre-existing hormones with pheromones was simple, and that's precisely what he did. He combined this with melatonin and cortisol to considerably increase the villain's stress while giving him the impression that he was losing strength. The signaler pheromones would do the rest. He released them as vigorously as he could. It wasn't yet natural, but his opponent's reaction showed the result of his efforts. The monster, which is probably more vulnerable to this kind of attack when in liquid form, lay on the ground like a puddle while Felix stood in the middle of it, with passers-by taking pictures and the heroes not knowing what to do. This was something. He mumbled, realizing the villain's quirk didn't soil him. Guess he wasn't that strong after all. A hero approached him as he watched the enemy, who seemed to have been knocked down for no reason. He then asked other heroes for help to come and clean up the mess that the villain had managed to do in such a short time. As for Felix, apart from a little pain, he wasn't suffering from anything. Even All Might, who had come out of the drain behind him, was no longer worried about the situation. He peered at the young man for a moment before tapping his shoulder, smiling broadly as blood seemed to come out of his mouth. He wanted to talk but stopped. And he just raising his thumb. Felix didn't even have the time to see him fly away as he was already gone and flying through the sky. However, a shock wave followed and knocked him down and then rolled him to the ground. Thanks for the gust of wind. Nice one, Superman. Everyone here seemed to worship All Might. The fact that he had American origins must have had something to do with his popularity, in addition to being the strongest and enigmatic. If there was one thing Felix couldn't argue with, it was two qualities that the all-powerful hero possessed. He didn't like him but respected the symbol he embodied. It was thanks to him that this country had stood firm, and therefore thanks to him, so many heroes had been born. A female voice behind Felix startled him. He turned and instantly recognized the costume, as well as some of the heroes who were with her to evacuate the place. Yeah, he said, holding the young heroine's hand, a naughty thought in mind. How's your first day on the job? So you saw me this morning. Already a fan, I guess. If you want to support me, you can do it at the Lurker's office. She paused, her vain glance taking over, thinking she understood something. However, she was utterly wrong. I don't turn into a fan in such a short time, he said. It would take a lot more than that for me to give such a reward to a heroine who didn't even step up to defend me. His smile unsettled her, causing her to try and move away from him, but she was soon surprised that she was still holding his hand. Despite their apparent cordiality, Felix's eyes concealed an ounce of malice that an inexperienced heroine like MT Lady couldn't catch. Still, she did feel something. Felix doesn't require a full-on touch to transmit hormones, after all. Just a graze on the skin can sometimes be more than enough to get small results. Step by step, first a graze, the rest later. He had to pave the way for later. He knew full well that he couldn't boost himself and boost everyone while enjoying the feminine assets of any heroine without at least creating a stable relationship between him and his targets. He could make the relationship a purely SXL one and boost them like that. Still, the Herm level gained would not be very high, and their boost would be almost nil because, unlike men, some female hormones like oxytocin and estrogen are mainly produced when they are in love. For example, prolactin is only produced during pregnancies, so his behavior could be considered mischievous at times, but he was like a villain working for the state, after all, as a kind of privateer. What kind of spark would that make when all this becomes public knowledge? Ha! Kidding, sorry Mississippi. I just think you're attractive, so I wanted to see what kind of expression you'd make. My bad. I already know you can't go in such a cramped place with your quirk. Felix chortled as he removed his hand while touching the heroine's palm with his own. I guess you wanted to ask something, didn't you? You probably used your quirk to knock him out, didn't you? You don't look like you're from around here, but in Japan, you need to wait for help. Using your quirk is only in last resort, especially if heroes are around, just like in your case. No. I'm quirkless. I used a taser. He said, showing one the taser he stole from the bodyguards that came with Recovery Girl the other day. I already know what you're gonna say, but no. I'm in the right to defend myself if some random dude tries to asphyxiate me. Yeah, I agree. It's dumb. But dumb as they are, laws are laws. Heroes and police take care of that stuff, she sighed, closing her eyelids. However, when she saw his taser, she widened her eyes and frowned. You can defend yourself, but try not to do it again. Now, can you explain to me what happened with the villain? Well, I don't really know. When he tried to put me to sleep, I managed to use the taser, and he stopped dead. After this, he splashed to the ground like a puddle of sheet. Mitchum. Like a puddle of sheet. This type of taser can't knock out someone. No, never mind. Now that I have witnessed your poetic skills, can you be more honest with me? Did every Japanese person act like a CNT when seeing a foreigner? No, don't be mistaken. You just look like a liar, pal, nothing else. She laughed with a sparkling gaze, unaware that the lie Felix tried to protect was the one her bosses and the president herself kept secret to avoid problems. So, no need to look at me like that. Felix grunted while trying to remember the few vigilantes he saw on TV that could be credible in that kind of situation. I didn't see well, but I saw someone on the roof of this building with a kind of strange rifle, like a two-colored one, or something like it. Dunno, I was still catching my breath at the time. Right, she responded by looking at the building. Doubtful, isn't she? I can't blame her. If I use too many hormones and pheromones simultaneously, she will notice, so as expected, we will do it gently. But maybe I can try something a bit naughty, just for starters. Lady nodded after analyzing the former inmate from top to bottom. Impossible to know that he had just implemented in her the love herm and some testosterone, a herm that even in women causes a very pronounced increase in energy and FRLTY. It would take a long time before it would work, so thankfully he tried to accelerate the process using his quirk, but when it does, the effects are quick to kick in, especially if she's of the wild type. Yeah, maybe he could try something. Even though Bubble Girl was his test girl for the next 2 weeks, trying something new could be a great idea and would be a way to get rid of the old hormones decaying inside him. They were more potent than the ones he was making today since they were from a time when he wasn't in jail, so he could still practice. In retrospect, it was a miracle that some old hormones remained intact after over 3 years. Well, it's time to test things up. Felix closed his eyelids, putting one of his hands on the MT lady's shoulder, and pushed her the other way as if she were his friend to show her what she wanted to see. He didn't want to rush her, so he didn't put any pressure or SXL intense in his doing. She turned to him, perplexed and raising an eyebrow, but remained silent. He brought her to two other heroes and went where he thought he noticed the vigilante responsible for defeating the villain. And then, Lemon Pheromone releases a cloud of releaser pheromones. As he thought, it was pretty limited, especially since these pheromones were not human. It came from several animals and he refined it over the years to make it his own. Despite that, it was almost imperceptible and undetectable by most humans. Still, in such a narrow alley with no wind and after stockpiling years of decaying pheromones, now hurting his glands, it seemed to work quite well, contrary to what he had tried in the past. So it was possible, but how? As a few seconds passed, the only woman in the group started to feel the effects of what she had just breathed in, stopping Felix's musings. What tea? Was the only sound that came out of Milady's mouth before she widened her eyes. Mississippi? So, you think this is where you saw this? Vigilante, right? She asked, managing to ignore the heat she was feeling. Yep, someone was here. 90% sure it was a woman. I'm pretty good at spotting melons, so. Yeah, she sighed deeply, giving him a bombastic side-eye. I'm sure you're good at that. I'm as honest as ever. He lied. Very well, replied the two other sidekicks. I'll make a report. Big Shot gonna investigate a bit. If you need anything, just call me. After the departure of two heroes she didn't even know, Lady nodded slightly and stared at the alley, putting her hands on her waist with an ominous stare. She kicked into a pebble as a child would before turning to Felix and pointing at him. What did you do to me? What do you mean? I feel effing weird. What are you on about, Beach? Stop yelling. I feel weird since you touched me and it's... Ada, what did you do? So that's it? It's okay to feel funny when someone touches you. I'm not going to hold it against you. Actually, I'm flattered. Stop acting like a stage actor, You're one of the biggest liars I've seen in my 22 years of existence, and yet I've encountered some of the worst, but you're at the top of the JRK food chain. It's ironic coming from someone who makes her fans believe that they can have a tiny relationship with you when in the end you're just using them to promote yourself and catapult your career in a comfortable spotlight. If I'm a JRK, you're a thought. The heroine, barely able to stand without rubbing her legs between each other, tried to remain as steady as possible while maintaining her angry stare at Felix. She frowned even more as the last of the pheromones Felix could trigger from her glands reached her brain while the hormones he had sent prior penetrated her metabolism more and more. She unconsciously spread her legs a tad as the fabric of her costume darkened at her crotch, feeling uncomfortable. Her knees buckled as the wet spot grew larger, eventually dripping thin trickles of love juice from her pee-pee yet hidden under 2 layers of fabric. The young woman leaned back against a wall with one hand in front of her face, breathing loudly. Stupid FNG sheet, it's so embarrassing. I knew I should have done something about my. And now, I'm all over the place. Goddamn, it's a hell of a disaster. How am I going to hide this mess? Can I help? He asked with a sigh after getting close to her while being aware not to cross the line. She looked back at him with a completely different stare, a stare of starvation, but not this type of starvation. She straightened up towards Felix with one of her hands struggling not to go down to her unholy hole highlighted because of her love juice. One could easily discern her swollen vulva, her cilius, and the slit where all that lovely SEC juice was coming from. Well, you look like you're having a complicated first day at work. Shut up and just do what I ask you to do, she snarled, looking daggers at him. And what would it be? He inquired, containing a mischievous smile. The other heroes are still hanging around, so need to be quick. She gazed from her pink irises onto the yellow one of Felix and grabbed his hand to bring it back to her, still leaning on the wall. Felix's palm and then his fingers flawlessly grasped the perfect shape of her birs as she shuddered the moment she felt his touch. Being much taller than her, he had an exceptional sight on her body, delicate and plump where it was advisable. Even if her hips were rather slim, her BRs compensated for this lack and were outlined through the tissue, her irked nipples, and areolas, which craved for only one thing. Felix immediately felt her warm breath on his neck as she used her second hand to pull him closer to her. "The F are you waiting for? Do it," she yelled, ducking her head, almost pained at not being taken seriously. Felix smiled, amused by her behavioral U-turn despite the fact that she maintained her grumpy temper. He took with his other hand her chin and made her look at him again before bringing her lips to his. They touched softly, first brushing softly against each other, then connecting. Felix's tongue now tenderly entering her mouth, Lady's brain freeze with irrational delight. She could, at the moment, only think about one thing. And that was fine for both of them. Women produce oxytocin, the hormone of love and happiness, mainly through exchanges like this one, so it wasn't difficult for Felix to increase their potency while simultaneously creating some. But even like this woman seemed to have a strong will. Even if he wasn't the type of dude who likes seeing girls at his feet, he wondered what it would look like with her. She wrapped her arms around Felix's neck, trying to control the situation, but since she couldn't even stand still, this effort was kinda cute. As he continued to kiss her, the ex-con caressed her melons, taking time to tease her NPL, massaging it softly before breaking the kiss and running his lips over her neck, which made her shiver again. And Lady's body started to tense even more as her generous chest wobbled from left to right, trying to fight the surge of pleasure boiling inside her. She closed her eyes, frowning, and drops of sweat beaded on her forehead as her legs buckled, her lips letting escape a that she managed to stifle under her hand. A stream of love juice managed to emerge through her clothes, leaving a small puddle on the ground as she continued to quietly while her knees continued to buckle to keep her standing. "Here you go." To tell the truth, Felix was surprised it had been so straightforward, but coming to think of it, his hormones back then were kinda cracked thanks to his mom helping him, so it wasn't really a surprise. She told him his quirk was better than hers, but he hadn't had the chance to ask her how. It had been so long since he had used his quirk as his mother showed him that he had forgotten how effective they were with women. He delicately took him Lady's chin and turned her head towards his own. She widened her eyes again, but her body remained still and somehow compliant. Sometimes your subconscious, dormant desires act more potently than your brain and psyche. That's what hormones are for, fueling the flames inside people. "You good now?" Felix asked with a smile. "Go. But before someone sees us." Noticing that she was already starting to put her hands around his neck to immediately restart what they were doing, and that, as a result, her actions and words contradicted each other, he decided it was indeed time to stop. He may have been manipulative, but he didn't wish harm on others either. Being evil for the sake of being evil was not relevant to him, so he just helped stoop up again. That was refreshing. Pleasing a woman is always good. It sends a lot of meta-hormones into my own brain. But yeah, it's better to stop now. The two heroes who were with us might come back, and I prefer to avoid pointless risks. It was already ballsy enough. And well, there is nothing more effective than cutting off a woman's longing for the flame to blaze again in the future. "I'm sorry, Mississippi. Are you all right?" Felix inquired, giving her a tissue to wipe out the hot and juicy mess between her leg. The teasing was a bit too much. I'm all right. Thanks. Can you walk?" he asked again, seeing her knee buckling. "I can help y dash." I said it's all right. Just leave. What if Camus, what if some heroes see what we've done here? Lady raised her voice, coming to her senses and restoring her attitude. The contrast between when you're enjoying yourself and when you're trying to be tough is really cute, Mississippi. Fuff. Well then I'll have. I also have things to do. He concluded, slightly bowing in an apology as she looked up at him with mixed feelings. With the weather being so hot, it shouldn't take too long for your crotch to dry. Go away. Ha. Alright, bye-bye. Isn't she fun to tease? Once tamed, women like her make good wives. Or good beaches. Depends. The jailbird eyed her one last time. She was half paralyzed, still trying to walk without being stimulated by her own movement, probably realizing what she had just done after the pheromones and hormones had partially diluted into her blood. The fact is, she didn't seem too ashamed or distraught about it. Given that he hadn't used that many hormones, only his weak, bundled pheromones, and that he was still synthesizing his own superhormones to restore his strengths, he was surprised. All this being only a ridiculous tiny shred of what he could do reassured him, as he doubted that he would be good enough for his fight in time. The training was a good idea, maybe thinking about it with more care would even better him. Whatever, I'll think about that later. I'm going to get yelled at for being late. Plus, I still haven't eaten anything yet. Talk about a crappy day. Anyway, I just have to go over there and tell them the results. Not that I will talk about that gigantic lechery I just had. Creator's thoughts. Brainer 0T Brainer 0T. The hunt shall begin. Degree. Edited on December 1st. Comment. 44 comment. Chapter 5. Lemon Juice. Rabbit Hero. Mirko strong, nimble, rapid, intrepid, resilient. Now Felix knew who he would have to fight. Actually, although he'd already fought off people with such features in jail, like a man with a honey badger quirk, and one thanks to his hormones, not due to his strength, this animal is FING scary, so a mix between human and honey badger is not to be taken lightly. He had witnessed how this rabbit hero fought on several videos and, being true to himself, it looked terrible for him. Of course, his training with Night Eye had helped him awaken his old reflexes and perfect specific moves, but he couldn't reach a professional hero level in only 2 weeks. He'll need to rely on what makes him a danger to everyone, like a biohazard kind of power, his hormones. He was going to have to rely on something else too. If she had a rabbit's abilities, such as keen hearing and tail, she also had to have partial metabolism of this animal. Based on this assumption, she would be much more receptive to pheromones and other more animal-like hormones, such as TSN. He could even copy her quirk more easily since she attacked only with her legs. That said, he still had to find a way to reduce the impact of her kicks and to be able to dodge the one he couldn't tank. For that, he trusted his plan and that of the Hero Commission. Probably the only that he will trust them, as this plan gives them access to something they need, and access to something he's interested in, they both accepted. Meanwhile, for the first part of his plan, everything was in motion. He would need to store the hormones and pheromones from himself and someone else if he wanted the effect to be strong enough to destabilize someone like Mirko. Thank you for coming to help me with my house move, Karaoke appreciated, otherwise known as Bubble Girl. I thought I would have to do this on my own. You're helping me with my training, so here I am, he replied, shrugging. I'm just wondering why you didn't ask Centipeder or a friend of yours. I'm sure they would have helped you. Well, she seemed to look for an answer as she looked down at the ground. He was busy, so was Night Eye, and my parents and friends live too far away for that. Haha. Really? He asked, raising an eyebrow, teasing her. Come on, admit it's just an excuse to be with me. After a moment of silence, Karaoke sent bubbles toward his eyes to make him shush, sulking. She was getting closer and closer to him, both emotionally and physically, and he was obviously responsible for that. Anyone receiving such a large amount of oxytocin would want to talk with him more. Unlike pheromones. Took time, and you had to portray the situation with the person as a normal relationship, with respect, care, and shared moments. Still, at least the results were there, and the relationship between him and her was pleasant without being SXL. Even if this is likely to happen soon. Although Felix's quirk would have been a great help in her house move, he preferred to avoid being spotted by anyone. But, well, Night Eye was already aware of his quirk and had spoken to the HPSC about it. After a few arguments, they told him a few lies mingled with a bit of truth. It was actually better for everyone. Thanks to this, they were both able to train other abilities that Felix had until then only used as a last resort. Ingestion and assimilation of super hormones. It took a while, but he could already partially use Night Eye's quirk for a minute, giving him time to react to quick blows, but unfortunately, not as fast as Mirko's ones. The effectiveness of the power was diminishing as it went on. However, it gave him time to act accordingly. This would be another determining factor in his ability to equalize against Mirko's speed. After all, he didn't have to win against her fairly. Winning is still winning, even more since he's not a hero. Plus, the commission ordered him to win no matter what. so he didn't have to condemn himself for using various ploys. Just goes to show, these sons of beaches can sometimes make intelligent statements. Once in a while. "What's happening to you?" asked Karakoko as she dropped off the last boxes. "I'm thinking of a strategy to beat a hero," he replied, putting a hand in front of his mouth. "I'm a little stressed for the next few days. It's true that your fight is only 3 days away now. That said, I don't understand why no one wants to tell me who you will fight. That it's some kind of confidential sheet. I mean, even Night Eye can't say," Felix added, seeing it as an opportunity to get closer to Karakoko. "I can tell you, but promise me it will remain a secret." The young heroine's eyes widened. Despite her blue skin, one could see a slight change of color as she nodded with a little smile. She seemed very passionate despite the serious appearance she was giving at work. Same thing for the way she dressed. Felix was used to seeing her with a revealing outfit, but in public, she wore only briefs and t-shirts, partially highlighting her forms. Now Felix could see what she looked like naturally. Far from the SEC appeal she had with her heroine outfit, she exuded a charming and agreeable aura. Something purely genuine and sincere. Something that MT Lady was absolutely lacking. First stage successfully completed. Secrets are the guilty pleasures of women, even though they find it very difficult to keep things secret. Since he had gotten close to Karakoko, he could be sure that she wouldn't tell anyone. Not now, at least, as long as he had her trust and interest, he would be safe. "Alright, I was charged to win a fight against Mirko, the rabbit hero. No one gave me a reason. They're just pressuring me to do it no matter what. She's a rising star. She's shown incredible abilities seen only in the best. Impossible for you to win without a quirk. So yeah, you definitely." "I know. That's why the commission helps me. But it doesn't help me de-stress." "Well," she continued, putting her hand on her chin, "how about I make you something to eat? It'll cheer you up. And then I'll show you my amazing cooking skills. Am I allowed to be afraid of the result?" "Hey!" Karakoko gave him punches without any strength as a cheerful and gentle smile appeared on her face. Her eyes filled with a playful glow. Bubble Girl's apartment was quite close to his residence, in a secure neighborhood area, with surveillance cameras and police patrols more frequent than anywhere else. Anyway, Felix took advantage of this moment with her to raise the heat a little more without her noticing. He didn't comment about how she was making her chocolate fondant and just helped her prepare everything. His baking experience was screaming for him to do something to save the day, but he wasn't there for that. He was just touching her arms at times to help her get the proper movement or stop her from doing something stupid that would transform her fondant into an alien life form. Pheromones and hormones were pouring into her, leaving no escape for her yearnings. At this point, the more she will fight against it, the more she will want to be with me. And since she's already shivering, I can say that half of the work is already done. Oh, sweet summer child. After they managed to get the cake out of the oven just before it became a lump of coal, they started discussing her quirk, learning about her abilities that could be used during a fight. She hinted that she could help him in the future if he needed help since he came here today. During this time, Felix was careful to talk only about her. People tend to be much more receptive and love people who care about them, even if this seems unnatural, but against all odds, Karakoko also wanted Felix to talk about himself. She started asking him questions but laughed after seeing the expression on Felix's face. The drink he had just swallowed was awful sour. Like, what the F dash? What exactly did you make me drink? Is this your first glass of lemon juice? It's good for your health, though, she chuckled with a broad smile before changing the subject. One thing puzzles me, Felix, why you agreed to come to help me on a Sunday. You've got a lot to do. Why did I agree to help you on a Sunday? Felix mumbled as he scratched his head while a grin appeared on his face. You'd like to hear something, wouldn't you? I wondered if you had reasons or if it was out of kindness. Most people are only egoistic. Not that this is bad, but I wanted you to be honest. Honest, huh? Of course, I have reasons to help you. Nobody does things out of the blue for someone they know only for a few weeks maximum. When I want to be with someone cool and attractive, I agree to help. So here I am. She replied with her mouth half open after finishing her piece of fondant. Don't look at me like this, he sneered. You're kind, and it's unsettling, you're not Felix. Go out of his body, demon. Vade retro satanas. Hey, I can be nice like any other human being. I just don't feel like it most of the time. Here you are overreacting again with a humor that only you can laugh at. Ah well, there you go, that's the Felix the first no. Vexatious, sharp, and tactless. I cannot tell you what I prefer between these two parts of you, to be honest. It's like choosing between homemade cookies and brownies, babbled karaoke, raising an eyebrow. Homemade cookies for sure. Brownies are good too though. Cookies win for sure. On this topic, the doubt I feel, young Padawan. Is that a reference to movies over a century old? How old are you? 300 years old, asked Felix with a sarcastic tone. Geez, off will you? Today everybody rejects classical sci-fi movies that structured the genre. Manga and anime have crushed even the comics from back then. In these cases, it's woke culture and political correctness you have to complain about. It's what ruined most franchises like Marvel. I know, but just thinking about the folks back then who saw the superheroes of their childhoods having to change to fit the requirements of some delusional minorities psees me off. She groaned after drinking her glass of water. Yeah. Imagine the disaster. Imagine if SpongeBob had gotten the same treatment. I feel like I'd still be depressed. Felix sighed before looking at his watch. Wah? It's already this late? If I miss my training, I'll get blamed by these fuckers, and they'll find a way to break my ball. I'm sorry I need to G-dash. Hold on. Yes. Felix inquired, already knowing the answer. Say, no need to leave so abruptly. I've got something else planned for you and me. I'll call them and tell them that it's my fault, that I was the one who stopped you from going. You don't have to do that, it will just put you in jeopardy. Felix explained, not wanting to get her into trouble without a real good reason but seeing another opportunity. What do you mean by something else plan, Dash? Stop pretending that you don't understand what I'm implying. You're far from stupid, she exclaimed, frowning, her blue skin turning blueberries colored. She got up from the kotatsu and walked towards Felix without daring to look him in the eye. Bubbles came out of her skin and then burst, releasing a soothing fragrance, but one that the ex-con knew well. There were plenty of bubbles of different sizes, all flying toward him with a singular purpose. And Par's fragrance? If you really wanted me to stay, you could have just asked me, you know? It's your fault, she muttered while approaching him. She took him by the neck and stuck her head to his chest. Your heart isn't even beating faster than usual. You said I was attractive, so that's strange, don't you think? Getting a reaction from me takes more than seeing a NPL and a kiss. So don't be too down about not making me yours in such a short amount of time. You have to work to get what you want, don't you? Making you mine? You're the one imagining things. I only want a little company for today. Don't ask for more, she whispered, her eyelids half closed. After realizing that he had partially lost this fight over who would have the final word, he also admitted that he had won the fight over whoever was in control. He smiled at the girl and sighed, knowing what would happen soon enough. Oh God, the time has come. I haven't FE'd for almost 4 years. At this point, it's like I'm a virgin again. I wonder if I'll have enough stamina. Felix released pheromones before raising her face, putting his lips on her soft and glossy ones, and starting a wild French kiss. It worked almost every time. He could manipulate a dose of hormones with any of his 6 quirk factors, and the tongue was one of them. Karaoke accepted the kiss with a small that conveyed a lack of experience. Just to vitiate her, he broke off the kiss and looked at her. Would this be your first kiss by any chance? He asked with a provocative smile, but she shook her head. Too bad. The heroine then pulled him by his tie to force him to kiss her again. In Karakoko's mind, at this moment, nothing seemed to matter anymore except Felix. She kept creating peach RDS bubbles to get him more and more hooked, perhaps trying to satisfy the man in front of her with only her tongue and her quirk, but she trapped herself without realizing it. Karakoko, it's against the law to use your quirk outside of the professional field, that not very heroic, you know, Felix intervened, caressing her cheek. Felix slid his hand towards her crotch as she tensed up, feeling his fingertips approaching her slit. Her eyes lowering toward Felix's hand, she soon relaxed, grabbing his wrist, waiting for him to do more. For now, Felix didn't even bother to slide his hand into her panties and began feeling her through her clothes. Having regained control of the situation after struggling with the PHRDS effect of the bubbles, he made Karaoke understand that for this one, he'll be the DMNT one. All this was new for the heroine, and given that the dose of hormones she'd received, despite being rowdy, was relatively strong, fighting against this SXL aspect of herself was simply unimaginable. She sensed her breathing becoming more erratic, her slowly hardening nipples rubbing against the fabric of her t-shirt. That'll teach her what can happen by never wearing a bra. Now Felix could see, thanks to the bubbles she was producing, the contour of her jugs and her large areolas and inverted nipples that she was so ashamed of. The ex-con lifted her t-shirt, passing his hand over her breasts before liking them with the tip of his tongue and gently encircling his teeth around them to avoid hurting her before nibbling and sking on them, forcing her to let out a small cry. Her now hard and sensitive nipples stood out slightly through the slit of her inverted nipples. Felix stepped back without further ado as he pulled down her clothing, then put a hand to the side of her head and looked into her eyes. His fingers slowly started moving between her two lower lips, emerging through her clothes as her love juice moistened her clothes, which reminded him of a prior experience. "Want me to continue taking the lead?" Felix asked with a smile. Please." "No problem. Then I'll give you a splendid first time. What do you think?" "Do it." "So, where do you want it to be?" "I'm up to anything, so don't be shy." "In a bath." "Please," she answered with a shameful tone. "So this is your FTSH? It can be hot doing this in water, right?" "I'm down." The bathtub was larger than he first thought, leaving plenty of space for 2 or 3 people to get into it. After filling the bathtub with hot water, Karaoke undressed without wasting time, revealing her body as smooth and shiny as a soap bubble. Her slender shoulders were the extension of a thin, feminine neck, shuddering at the thought of what would happen next. Hers bursts glowed in the light like the rest of her body. The uniqueness of it was a rare sight that was the guilty pleasure of many cultured men. Inverted nipples are way too underrated. Her hips, like the rest of her body, were slim but fleshy, revealing a bubble but bouncing and undulating with each step she took. She rushed into the water, immediately creating bubbles of all kinds. Felix followed her, the effect of the pitch artist bubbles already starting to make him excited again. "Hard," she said, her breath already taken before doing anything. "Indeed, and you have eyes that allow you to see," Felix mocked with a provocative simper, knowing that even though water, the one place on his body that produces pheromones strong enough to trick most people, would have an effect. "No need to be in, but even when we're doing this." Karaoke grumbled before miming cutely as she brought Felix's pee-pee between her two butt cheeks once she sat on top of him. "Try to lead me, please." "Roger, just relax and everything will be more than okay." Karaoke placed her 2 legs around the young man, enclosing and blocking him, and tucked his manhood between her 2 lower lips before gently inserting his rod into her depths. She was a lot tighter than he thought she would be. The sidekick probably never did it with anyone else, nor never used any toys. That was cute of her to offer this precious gift to him, so she will show gratitude in his own way. All this will give me a lot of fresh hormones, so I might as well give a bit of mine to her as I promised to the HPSC. Making her stronger is my responsibility, at least for now. Bubble Girl began to move up and down, her vagina trying to adjust to Felix. He gave her time to breathe and taste with her pee-pee his prick that filled her whole inside, radiating a ceesy and slippery warmth that she accepted greedily into her. To support her a little, he pushed gently her butt to the base of his length, stopping as soon as he saw that she winced a bit. They continued this until she instinctively began to use her twat to pleasure herself and him, slowly moving up and down. She once again contracted her CNT around him, unconsciously trying to pump the cum from his ball out of him, but failed to do so when her own pitch artist forced her to speed up the pace at which she moved her hips. She shifted to an acceptable speed for a beginner and straightened the rest of her body upwards, whereupon Felix brought her closer to kiss her neck and caress her CLT. At that very moment, he felt her pee-pee tighten even more as something other than water, something hot flowed down his pee-pee. Yees, Hartsuda, Fdesh. Geez, that's too good. Of course that's too good. Glad you're enjoying yourself even if I don't do much. Despite her orgasm, she pushed Felix's pee-pee again inside. His prick now engulfed in a warm and tender muscle that gently squeezed and twitched his fifth member from time to time, massaging and loving inch after inch of him. Karakoko sighed from relief after calming down and strokes Felix's hair as he started to feel the heat. But before Karakoko managed to do anything, she orgasmed a second time after he decided to send a salvo of his remaining pheromones. It had been so long since he hadn't fed that his D released an abnormal dose of testosterone and SEC pheromones. She had just felt the SXL frustration of a man whose quirk is strongly related to SEC but who couldn't use it for 3 years. I will do it myself now, just relax and appreciate, Kay, he explained, taking the sidekick by her hips. He used a bit of adrenaline to carry her without getting tired too fast and lifted her up and down. She wrapped her arms around Felix's neck, her body now wholly glued to her partner's, while her hard nipples rubbed against his pecs. The young woman's light body shivered pronto as Felix's large pee-pee touched the deepest depth of her womb with each new PNTart in. Sometimes, she squeezed surprisingly hard on his pee-pee, but the inside of her pee-pee was so slippery thanks to her quirk, that his was still going back and forth freely. She started kissing him again, letting her tongue slip inside his mouth and savoring every inch of it. He was her man. If she was to be dominated, it was by him and him alone. Please heart suit harder, she whispered, her eyes lost in an ocean of pleasure. It's up to me, girl, he replied with a smirk. It would spoil the fun if I just did what you wanted from me. He slowed the pace by caressing the heroine's neck and sent into her a bunch of hormones. So much so that he forced the young woman to do on her own what she wanted him to do. Look at you now, he chuckled by kissing her neck. You look lovely. She raised her hips as high as she could, while being careful to keep his pee-pee in her twat, and slid his rod as deep as she could, causing her to orgasm again. The inside of her vagina contracted several times again, taking her breath away and causing Felix to have to control himself. What did I tell you? You mixed your love juice with the bathwater. What a naughty girl, he whispered in her ear. Stop talking. Dummy. Felix made Karakoko get up and stand. He then did the same, but to go behind her before taking her head in his hand and holding her back as his manhood penetrated her hungry slit. He used his other hand to massage her BRSTS, and since his pee-pee was now out of the water, he would release the SXL pheromones without blocking them. This was his only passive skill. A bit cringy. Almighty Rod, hormones and pheromones releaser, this body area is saturated with it, making it a compelling argument for most people, mainly women. Poor girl won't ever be able to satisfy herself with anything else other than my pee-pee. The young woman's thoughts fogged up the instant he began to pound her vigorously. His body's sound against her buttocks resonated in the bathroom and accompanied Karakoko's consecutive orgasms. Sprays of love juice would occasionally come out of her pee-pee as she rolled her eyes with each PNTart in. It was as if she was melting on the spot. The smell of Issy made her so addicted to the man's pee-pee that it almost became a drag. Come inside me. As much as you want, Heartsuit. Well. Please. Heartsuit. Felix moved much mightier and faster than before, wishing to finally release his children, who had been waiting to go out for a whole hour. Karakoko didn't resist for long and lowered her head, trying to fight against her umpteenth orgasm. With 3 final powerful moves, Felix unleashed his seeds deep inside her womb. Realizing what was happening, she closed her eyes and savored the manly liquid that was flowing inside her. Like a bubble wandering around inside her. Why you put a condom on? She asked in a tearful voice. You're a hero and I respect that. I don't want to stop you from working, so I put it on from the beginning. Plus, I can't be a father with the situation I'm in right now. It would be completely irresponsible, he admitted while taking his D out of the tight slit that was dripping with love juice. She answered nothing and let herself be carried away by Felix, who took her out of the bathtub and put her on the bath mat. She collapsed to the floor on her knees, her arms flailing. No need to be so disappointed, began Felix as he approached the young woman with a condom full of cum still on his D-dash. You can try some if you want. Karaoke opened her eyes and tried to catch the abnormally large bubble of cum that had collected in the tip of the condom. Teaserin was useful for this kind of thing. She liked the tip of the condom first before biting it with her canines to make a hole, causing the semen to flow gently into her mouth. She opened her mouth wide and pressed on the tip of the condom to squeeze out as much of it as possible as quickly as possible. After swallowing the whole thing in a few sips, she took the condom off Felix's pee-pee and started to milk any sperm he might have left. Karaoke liked his glands, being careful to clean everything, and eat the tip as soon as a small drop of semen showed up. She looked up at Felix, proud of what she had just done, as a hand patted her head. Good girl. Metabolism and energy checks cleaned. Exceeding body's capacities, 0%. Stored hormones and pheromones, 71%. Level 69, 138. Hashtag? Mission accomplished. But I've never seen these symbols before. Creator's thoughts. Brainer 0T Brainer 0T. Reworked done on December 1st, 4.4 words long chapter. 45 comment. Chapter 6, The Distress of a Rabbit. Edo 3. Near the Sumida River. Her alarm clock had already been ringing for 2 hours. She wasn't on duty today, but the habit she had developed over the years of getting up early for her morning jog wasn't going to go away so easily. No matter what happened, she would run in the morning even if it was -4 degrees Fahrenheit outside. I went a little too far for a warm-up. She sat on a bench in front of the river and raised her head toward the rising sun, her white hair cascading down in front of her face after she removed the hairband she was wearing. Despite her muscular, upright stature, her breathlessness and red irises fixed to the ground showed anxiety. The Hero Commission dreamed of having her on their team, even just for one mission. It was to deal with destroying an underground MMA network with the authorized use of quirks, the remnant of the underground. Masquerade. The problem for her wasn't accepting the mission but accepting the people who would be part of her team. Her animal instincts told her these people always are predators, no matter what. That was one of the reasons she never joined a team, not the most important one, but she favored her instincts in this kind of situation. If the Commission wanted Mirko to come, then this mission truly needed someone with a lot of strength and resilience to be successful. She sighed with a sly smile and continued running back to her flat, passing all the passers-by and other joggers who couldn't even see who was running next to them. It was just her average speed though. As if one of their little puppets could do something against me. For 5 years, she lived alone in her flat in the middle of Tokyo to act as quickly as possible if an accident happened or villains appeared. Well, most of the time, she had to run and jump for 3 miles to find anything that needed her attention, but that wasn't a problem for her. The Commission had not explained how any of this would happen, but she couldn't refuse a challenge. She could only accept to remain true to her convictions. The phone she always left at home rang for a moment. A message that once again told her the time and place of the meeting. An almost sadistic smile appeared on her face as she prepared to shower. She took off her sports bra, revealing perky and luscious bosoms. Nevertheless, most of the time, she didn't wear any in her hero costume, too uncomfortable in the middle of a fight. She preferred to let her meatloaves wobble from left to right. She had the legendary six-pack that many would love to have, and this only made her chocolate skin stand out even more. Her firm and round buttocks were the extensions of her merciless legs that could kill anyone by SNU. Then was the turn of her panties, but she couldn't help but wince as she felt a liquid coming from her pee-pee. Why do I have to be in heat now? Darn me, she muttered as she entered the shower. The water flowing over her body made her shiver even more as her breathing became agitated. Rumi, the rabbit hero, already knew the solution to her problem, a solution she wasn't happy with. But it was the only way. She wouldn't be functional for the whole day if she didn't. These old farts wouldn't have proposed a fight, they would have no chance to win. The feminine scent of her own arsehole reached her nose before her fingers came to her senti as she let out an animalistic The lusciously wet and ready slit between her legs joyed thanks to several delicious quivers guided by her touch. Her vulva was swelling as it filled with unspent longing, its flesh now itchy and sensitive. Fing hell. She then slides her fingertip across the slowly stiffening skin of her clitoral hood. Still, contrary to what she thought, everything was already in position, and she gave a cute shudder as her little puffy tail was slightly moving. Her second hand started to massage one of her BRSS, tweaking and pinching at her NPL. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough for her hungry twat, and standing here prevented her from experiencing the full pleasure. Already losing patience, Mirko's arousal took control of her body as she eagerly put 3 fingers in her twat, trying not to fall to her knees. Moving back and forth, again and again, she started to become like a crazy beast. She closed her eyelids as if not to see what she was becoming in those moments and leaned against one of the shower's large windows, her buttocks squeezed against the transparent surface, revealing her sweetly trained curves. Suddenly, she masturbated so hard that the dirty squelches of female bliss became easily audible from afar, while plaintive miming could be heard through the bathroom door. Fortunately for her, she lived alone. Half an hour of wild MSTRBTN where she couldn't stop sliding her fingers on her CLTRS and directly into her PP in the hope of being able to reach even a single orgasm, but sadly, and as she already knew, that wasn't possible to achieve that by her own. Her SXL tension would always remain the same. Being strong, fast, and having a whole bunch of other rabbit abilities was great, but it also had its drawbacks. Is this really drawbacks? The breathless heroine sighed as she squatted down to pick up the shampoo and began to wash her hair with the feeling of having been blue-balled by herself once again. Being a heroine with such a energy made her job much more complex than it would be if she didn't have these urges. Sometimes she had to pass the job on to other heroes to avoid putting herself and the citizens she had promised to protect in danger. As if it disturbs the rabbit heroine, Mirko. Ah, she exclaimed, trying to forget her longing. But you can't lie to yourself for a long time. 8:59. 9:23. 10:47. Inside the underground of the Hero Commission headquarters. So? I'm not interested in your jibber-jabber. I'm already pumped up and warmed up after all this. But even now, you still haven't told me who I'm fighting after more than 2 weeks of teasing. Now I want to know. Relax, Mirko. I'm tired of that smile and that constant impatience that you have. I've told you before not to make any noise around here, answered the president of the commission by massaging her temples. As if I give a shit about your whining. You're not my mother as far as I know, so save your breath, replied the rabbit, lifting her chin. The president looked at her with a gloomy gaze, then continued walking towards a large door at the end of the corridor. If you think not giving me any information will help your little pet win, fine. Do your worst. The place where it was located was unknown to the majority of the population, and everything was strictly secured. Archives, investigations, and analyses were carried out there at crisis time or to put an end to some groupuscule terrorists, for example. The doors to the left and right of the corridor let out a disturbing aura that only the heroine's animal instinct could feel. As if the researchers, after so many hours of searching, were gradually going crazy in their small rooms. The heroine's long ears flickered slightly after hearing noise on the other side of the big door. Metallic noises, shoes, stupid conversations. 10. No, 11 people on the other side. They thought it was a show or something. Before she could think more, the door opened, revealing a massive arena with at least 90-foot-high ceilings. The round room was 160 feet wide and had large grandstands, like a circus, but was much bigger. How could that thing stand there? Moreover, the place, even if maintained, seemed relatively old. No need to panic, Mirko, assured the chairwoman, turning her head to a group of people sitting near the fighting circle. Our HQ is based on a former illegal MMA arena, and that's where the finals and big matches were held. Our predecessors rebuilt everything over it to prevent this from happening again. And now you can reuse it any way you want. It must be cool not having to make an effort to get what you want, Rumi laughed with a broad smile. To think that I'm going to be able to use all this stuff to torment your puppet? Thanks for your consideration. Don't be too cocky, Usajiyama. Don't call me by my name. She grunted. So, who's the one? The president moved to the group of individuals. There were two heroes she didn't know existed. However, Night Eye was one of those she recognized. Without even knowing him, this man's reputation served to make her understand that if he was present in this day, it was because he had something to do with the whole FNG situation. Rumi didn't wait for the chairwoman to introduce her. She just bumped her foot violently to the ground to signal her arrival and make the group turn around. So, who needs to get his ass kicked? Hello, started Night Eye as he pointed with his index finger a young man with blonde grayish hair and yellow eyes. It's him. Felix looked her in the eyes, giving his right hand for her to shake, which she accepted with a grin as she was trying to put as much pressure as she could on his hand. He quickly analyzed his opponent. She wasn't armed with her metallic footwear, she was simply barefoot and in a sports outfit. In other words, she didn't plan to kill him, as he worried at first. After all, she could do it, and it wouldn't make any difference to anyone in the short term. Since only Night Eye, Recovery Girl, and a tall skeletal blonde man were there with some other people of the HPSE. Even with all these people in here, Felix couldn't stop thinking about the fact that if Mirko wanted to strike directly to his head, nobody could stop that, and he would simply die. The ex-detainee sighed and stood up, all his combat gear ready, and his body warmed up. But once standing in front of her, he noticed something that made him smile. "I'm that funny?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "You're just way smaller than I thought. It's almost cute." "Almost cute, huh? Compliments aren't going to save you from some broken ribs, you know." I know. So, I'm looking forward to seeing if I can win against you. Ready?" Felix asked as he moved towards the center of the ring. Rumi didn't answer. She just smiled. Felix had already understood how this woman, with such a unique charisma, operated. Thanks to this, he had just planted the seeds of his plan a few moments ago. 10:59. Everyone thought Mirko would be the winner, even Night Eye himself. 2 weeks of training is almost nothing compared to Rumi's years of heroism. However, it was Rumi herself that felt the odds changing. A powerful hot flush took over her entire body. What a F-da. Creator's thoughts. Brainer 0T. Kikaku is slowly taking place. Edited on December 1st, comment. 43 comment. Chapter 7. Right into the rabbit hole. Besides practicing hand-to-hand combat and 2 quirks that he had copied just for this fight, Felix had also researched and studied people with animal attributes. For example, the chameleon frog dude he met while in prison explained to him that he sometimes needed to benefit from the same nutrients that a chameleon needs to survive. In other words, his body and metabolism functioned like those of the original animal, with some disparities. Same for people like him. Good news. Unweaned rabbits enter heat at a very young age and never leave that heat until they are PRGNT. Then once the bunnies are born, just a few days later, they are already ready to fornicate again. The more excited and craving these animals are, the more aggressive and grumpy they are, but at the same time more prone to make blunders. Ready? Rumi asked, jumping to the ground impatiently. I'm just waiting for the whistle blast, and your pretty face will be damaged, puppet. And so, after this, we're all done with this farce. Her remark about Felix was both sympathetic and annoying, but she paid no attention to her opponent, who sighed and armed only with a few strange seals in the pockets of his fighting suit. He really intends to beat me with his bare hands and these little toys? That all right. If so, I must be wary of his quirk. The heroine tied up her hair to keep it from bothering her during the fight, something she didn't even do against the villains she fought daily. The seriousness she expressed about this event wasn't like her, but at least Felix and the commission knew what to expect from her. If she were going to hold back, it would only be for a little while. If she was like this, it was because of something that disturbed her. After a few seconds of deliberation among the Hero Commission members present, one of them blew the whistle to start the match precisely at 11 o'clock. Rumi took advantage of her opponent's apparent complacency to attack when she heard the whistle ringing. Using her quadriceps, she propelled herself forward in a single leap towards Felix, who widened his eyes after noticing that she had covered about 15 meters in a single second. She swung her right leg, the stronger one, toward the head of the former inmate to end the madness in one bound and finally stop. Yep, she's fast. But she's holding back right now. He dodged the blow by lowering his head before attempting a punch to the heroine's abdomen at the last millisecond. Mirko drifted his hand by lowering her left leg onto the young man's arm, which cracked on impact, then grabbed him by the collar before banging both feet on the ground to propel herself and him into the air. She continued with a violent kick that she had named Luna Arc and thumped him down on Felix's stomach, which crashed to the ground after a rapid fall of more than 13 feet. It's not over, puppet. Eat this. Fortunately for him, he had grown up using his hormones. His bones were much more robust than average. With his current abilities, Felix managed to dodge once again at the last second. He crawled backward as the heroine's toes smashed the floor and created a mind shockwave just inches away from his nuts. Holy hell! Are you still conscious? Yeah. Conscious, but with a broken arm and a few broken ribs. No big deal, Mirko replied, leaping back as if to give her opponent a chance. He, who had studied her movements for 2 weeks, wasn't expecting to get 2 of her super moves in only 4 seconds. Sure, she wasn't armed with her metal shoes and was holding back a little bit, but demand it. Felix had been forced to silence the pain under several layers of adrenaline. Mirko had to expect to fight a challenger who was also all about strength and speed, someone criminally dangerous who deserved her to use her special moves, but now that she saw that it wasn't at all like that, her rabbit-like curiosity made her want to see more. DMN. She's going harder than on the videos I analyzed. Until a few seconds ago, Felix thought she would show some mercy, but apparently she didn't. In this case, he wouldn't either. The hormones and superhormones he had released into his bloodstream took a while to kick in, but he felt that it was all coming gradually. His eyes became warm, and he could see more clearly what would happen in the next few seconds, thanks to Night Eye's quirk. He stood up, keeping his eyes fixed on the rabbit, already knowing what she would try to do in the next few moments. He moved forward to dodge the kick coming towards his head and touched her back for a fraction of a second before she went back up in the air after a good one. That said, this was enough to implant herm after herm into her body, more tedious but possible. For this time, this was only oxytocin. Night Eye's copied quirk became more and more precise. Although it hurt his eyes and head, Felix kept his mind clear, ready for any eventuality. The other quirk he copied would only be helpful when the opportunity arose. Using it too soon would be. It's the pain that distracts ya, oversea guy? Exclaimed Mirko while trying a double kick that Felix managed to dodge before finally succeeding in punching her in the face, which, with the speed she owned, broke her nose. Apparently not. Looks like I'm going to have a lot of fun. She fell back to the ground, spinning around him at breakneck speed so that he didn't know where she could come from, but he already knew that the heroine was going to attack to his right in his blind spot. He prepared one of the high-density seals that Night Eye had given him and waited for the right moment to throw it behind him. The seal sped off in a straight line with velocity and hit Rumi's diaphragm. She coughed and grimaced but did not stop her kick. Unfortunately for Felix, he couldn't dodge such a fast blow, although he knows the future. The young woman's heel crashed into his right shoulder, and his body wobbled backward. A breaking sound followed, and he slumped a little before returning to his original stance. Yet, he didn't bat an eyelid and took the leg that had destroyed his shoulder as quickly as possible to prevent Mirko from escaping and continuing to use him as a punching bag. He immediately stole the super hormones from the heroine and replaced them with more pleasurable ones while releasing some pheromones. Oxytocin Crush, X3. Lemon Pheromone, X5. Alert! This would increase the SXL tension in her while forcing her to be a little nervous in his presence. It is a nice combo, sending information to the person's brain that the opponent in front of her is dangerous, yet maybe not so bad. As for the meta-hormones, Felix didn't know the consequences of using them too much, especially in the long run. That said, back then, using his normal hormones too much caused him to. I can't figure out what you're rethinking, but you've got some ball. Talk about something new. I'm not fighting a fucking coward for once. Mirko shouted with a big smile, blood dripping from her nose, hiding the fact that she started to get really horny. With ample movement and all her body muscles, She used the same leg as before and put pressure on her adversary's shoulder. Felix backed away as quickly as he could and pretended to be stunned. She ran towards him again, but he quickly moved to her, surprising her. Her instinct was telling her to back off. What a dash! However, before she could turn back, Felix delivered a quick, violent kick directly into the heroine's knee, which twisted in the wrong direction. He's able to imitate the powers of the people he watches? That would explain why his eyes are so red. Mirko stumbled for a moment as she put her knee back in place, but a second kick, this time circular, ran towards her and hit her BRSs, crushing them and sending her several meters away. You really want to hit some weak spots? She shouted with a smile between pain and annoyance. She didn't understand where the sudden power-up her opponent had just came from, but she was sure of one thing. She was going to hit a man's weak spot with strength, even though every move she made her womb itchy. Your eyes are bloody, she exclaimed again as she cracked her shoulder. Your quirk seems to be at its limits. Mirko used the wall behind her and propelled herself forward, creating a violent shockwave and breaking part of the wall. Unfortunately for Felix, Nightie's quirk altered his eyes into something they weren't meant to be. In other words, after using it for too long, his eyes stopped functioning normally, and even if he could see the future if he couldn't see at all, he was screwed. He tried to find a solution to his problem, but the moment Rumi's foot moved up to Felix's crotch at high velocity, his eyebrows frowned, and his red eyes became glassy. He clenched his teeth, adrenaline and endorphin, unable to prevent all suffering from coming to him. A wave of pain came to his brain and almost knocked him unconscious. Fortunately, he had the reflex to use norepinephrine. The hell's that? And adrenaline rush several times. But even so, testicular pain was still by far the most painful for a man. That chick is wild. He received a second kick in the back of the head that made him black out for a second. However, his blurred vision still allowed him to react in time. He grabbed her leg and lifted it in the air as quickly as possible, then slid his foot to the ground to trip her, taking care to discreetly touch her BRSTS and stomach, releasing again the last bit of pheromone he could produce. Unbalanced, she fell to the ground on her back as Felix ran at her like an animal, the veins in his eyes popping as droplets of blood dripped from time to time. She grabbed the arm he would use to try to attack her and blocked his head between her legs to prevent him from breathing. A jujitsu SBMSN grip, triangle strangulation, back to the bleachers. Because of this, no one but the two of them knew what was really going on at the time. It's enough, give up, sighed Rumi, tensing her legs around his neck even harder. You can't even see anymore. Arg. He tried to get up using maximum adrenaline while pulling on Mirko's legs with his arms, but his broken shoulder and arm prevented him from doing anything. I swear. Women these days dash, he whispered before she blocked his throat with her thighs. A cheeky smile appeared once again on his face. The position they were in was perfect. Nevertheless, the young man's plan could finally see the light of day. He had been waiting for that from the beginning, a slightly more prolonged contact that would allow him to use with almost 100% certainty the second quirk he had snatched. Poor Mirko, you fell right into the rabbit hole. Oxytocin crush, X2. Serotonin salvo, X2. What? Not now. I'm also starting to feel the effects of using all these hormones. Whatever. Rubbing my arm that's already touching her crotch should do the job to make her even hornier. It's time. For your special treatment. Miss Mirko. Bubbles came out of the forearm Rumi was holding to prevent Felix from escaping. Before she could do anything, they burst in front of her, revealing a fragrance that made her let go immediately. She spread her lips slightly, her eyes as if bewitched, as if she was no longer in control of herself. It wasn't even part of my plan. But these pitch RDS bubbles will do nicely. Rabbit Girl is literally about to bust a squirt. He released his arm and sent a maximum of hormones into his opponent's metabolism. Mirko had lost the fight the moment she agreed to shake his hand. There was so much herm in it that after only a few seconds, the brain realized it, and after a minute, it was overwhelmed with pleasant and delightful information, even though what it really experienced was stress and pain. A normally constituted person would have taken longer to feel the effects. But Rumi Usajiyama was not a normally constituted person. She couldn't hide this part of herself indefinitely. If she stayed like this, she would end up showing it to everyone, and it would go viral on social media very quickly. Miss Mirko, he waited to see if she'd answer, but she didn't. I can help you with your little problems, you know. I'm gonna have to make the heroes believe that I beat her in a normal way. The commission doesn't care, but the heroes. Well, a normal way would be punching her, but... He approached his hand to the heroine's already wet crotch through her sports clothes and rubbed his fingers on the fabric. Still, the heroine's hand grabbed Felix's and brought him in an even more precise direction, forcing his hand under her clothes and then directly onto her swollen and wet vulva, which smelled of female horniness. Aware of what Mirko really wanted, he stuck 2 fingers into her hole, provoking an immediate reaction. She contracted every muscle of her body while a jet of love juice escaped from her twat. Eaha. Partsu. Metabolism and energy check, kinda bad. Exceeding body's capacities, 109%. Stored hormones and pheromones, 3%. Level 69, 138. Hashtag, plus 250 EXP. Hashtag #UMU%U. System corruption. Reboot necessary. I got some experience? This shouldn't be possible, I'm caped at level weight. A reboot? No. I have to act normally, at least for now. Felix took the fingers off Rumi's PP that was out of breath more because of the orgasm than the fight, and got up with wet spray stains on his clothes. Well, I don't think anyone will believe me if I say it's sweat. Creator's thoughts. Brainer 0T. SNU. Edited on December 1st. Comment. 30 comment. Chapter 8, Level 1. His reflection in the toilet mirror proved that using hormones repeatedly and in large quantities in a very short PRD fried his brain. However, he didn't suffer any harmful side effects, which didn't stop him from feeling tired. He had a migraine, and it was intensifying from second to second as if every heartbeat was inflating his head. Felix washed his face with cold water before doing the same with his neck and then looked at his collarbone. Despite Recovery Girl's healing, a scar was still there, something from the past. Next to it, another scar was still lightly visible. The heroine had hit him hard enough to break his shoulder bone and part of his shoulder blade into pieces, a compound fracture. His collarbone would still protrude from his flesh if no one had treated it properly. Not to mention his broken ribs, which were crushing one of his lungs, and 2 of his vertebrae damaged badly by the impact of his fall. His bones were sturdy enough not to break from being hit with steel pipes but sturdy enough to withstand almost half a ton of pressure on a small impact surface being thrown his way at 90 km/h. At least he knew what he had to focus on if he wanted to be more resilient. As for Mirko, she had nothing serious besides a broken nose and a dislocated knee. She also passed out after her orgasm, and Felix had to take her to the medic. That said, he had to explain what had happened to several people. Of course, he lied, and of course, not everybody believed him. Nevertheless, he decided to keep the heroine's particularity a secret. The real question is what happens now. So what? His thoughts had already been wandering for a while now. The commission promised to buy him whatever he wanted as long as he won, but he had trouble believing them. He didn't know what they had in store for him next, but he didn't plan to follow their ploy for all eternity. But at least now he would have proper clothes, supplies for his flat, medical and research equipment, and other more fun things. This was the only reason he could tolerate the way he was treated. He stared at himself in the mirror before sighing and closing his eyelids, concentrating more and more on his mind. There's something more important I need to think about. He focused his attention, uttering the same mantras he used as a child to catch a glimpse of his quirk, the time of his life when he believed that his existence worked like a video game. His quirk was a quirk that was born from the union between his mother's one, capable of controlling specific cells produced by the human body, and his father's one, which was a system similar to that of an RPG and which, moreover, allowed him to become a hero. After a minute, his system began to appear in his mind more precisely than ever before. However, it was such a tedious task for him to do, because it required him to meditate while walking or fighting, plus the headache, that he couldn't focus entirely on it. In most cases, as in the fight against Mirko, his system was of little use, acting as a catalyst to use his abilities more precisely, but what if it could be more? Rebooting. Body and quirk adaptation in progress. Cause of the reboot. Body having undergone too many abnormal alterations. Rebooting. In addition to his already existing headache, severe pain made him feel like he was going to explode, making him fall to the ground. This pain not only stopped at his head but went down the back of his neck, then snaked towards his arms and his fingers. A burning heat that accompanied this wave of pain made him see blurry as he tried to remain conscious. His abdomen and legs, up to his fifth limb, endured this pain for several minutes as he lay on the ground, trying somehow to get up, hoping that no one would get into the toilet. The pain slowly subsided, and he could finally stand up using the sink. His headache was gone, and his eyes were no longer red and swollen. It's as if everything was fine now. Level 1, 050, gain EXP through SEC and fighting. Far black small square 70. Dex black small square 50, Die black small square 50. End black small square 400, Res black small square 100. Choose your perk, STRAGIND. Super hormones modifier, none. Exceeding body's capacities, 0%. Stored hormones and pheromones, 3%. Perks analyzer, thin. Hormonal skill. Black small square adrenaline, black small square cortisol, black small square insulin, black small square melatonin, black small square norepinephrine, black small square prostaglandins, black small square thyroxine, black small square testosterone, black small square estrogen, black small square GH, black small square oxytocin, black small square dopamine, black small square endorphin, black small square serotonin, black small square prolactin. Plus, pheromonal skill. Black small square aggregation, black small square alarm, black small square releaser, black small square territorial, black small square trail. Plus, the F is all this? At least I feel that the hormones I produce have not lost their potency. Felix focused a little more on analyzing the mental image that displayed utterly different things than before. There was so much information all at once that he didn't know what to look at first, but he might as well choose his perk as soon as possible. At least if he will need it in a short while, it will be done. Hey, began a voice after the toilet door opened. We've been waiting for you for a while now, and Mirko is awake. So get a move on. Chameleon Man. Sorry I'm late. I had some complications. What? Are you on your PRD? You've been making the same joke since I met you. You're gonna have to come up with something new, Felix replied, striking his former jailer in the shoulder. The Commission's HQ was a complex of skyscrapers and underground corridors that stretched under people's homes between sewers and pipes. He had to cross many of these smelly corridors to get here. The obscure meeting place he needed to reach was a clinic, secretly located about 3 kilometers from the main building and known to the general public. The former medical center of Recovery Girl is located not far from the highly rated UA Academy. You could see the school's roof through it, and even though Felix couldn't see if there was any activity in it, he knew that the school year had started some time ago for the new students. Maybe if he had tried to become something other than rich, and tried to forget about his family and heal, like these young people, he would have been able to enjoy his old life. I'm a few years too old for this shit now. What am I thinking about? This country is trying to corrupt me to the bright side of the force. He sighed, throwing the melancholy and good thoughts out of his mind, and walked to the room where he had dropped off Mirko half an hour ago. On the other side of the door were the president, 3 men, and Mirko sitting upright with a frown and pursed lips. Post-nut clarity, I guess. Felix went to sit directly next to Rumi, who moved her chair away from him, avoiding eye contact. He stared at the chairwoman, making it clear to him that they owed him a clear explanation now that he had beaten the person they needed. No need to look at me like that, Mr. Fortier, sighed the president as she put her glasses on the table. We've already taken care of purchasing your rewards. Yeah, Beast is totally prepared everything, so I could be defeated, and now, that son of a beach gets some fucking rewards? Rumi shouted, crossing her arms. Seriously? Yes, seriously, one of the men replied. We need you for this mission. We know you've participated in this MMA tournament before. So even if people recognized you, they might think you returned to your old habit. We can find an excuse for that, especially since the people like you. It wouldn't be possible to do all of this with other heroes. Huh? Don't play dumb. You participated secretly when you were still in high school during the vigilante era, under the name Tiger Bunny, the president continued, giving the heroine a gloomy stare. Heroine or not, you're far from being the perfect embodiment of justice. Mirko squinted her eyes and tilted her head slightly to the side. Even though her arms were crossed, Felix could see very well that she clenched each knuckle as tightly as she could until they turned whiter. You're not the embodiment of justice either. All your shenanigans to achieve this well-organized, structured piece that anyone with enough money can manipulate is far from perfect. Enough of your nepotism. I have proof of that sitting right next to me, for F's sake. At least we have reason to do so. We're not acting hero-like when, in the end, our only goal is to smash people like you, lamented the chairwoman as she laid a folder on the table. Nobody is perfect. Some are just worse, just like Mr. Fortier. The speech. She's in for a real treat. You've got a loudmouth, huh? Sneered Mirko, answering the chairwoman. No one decided to answer her, though. Felix realized how she was. A person who always thought she was right, just like the chairwoman. So, none of them would even try to listen and understand someone they thought was wrong. No one was trying to argue with any of them, which was a waste of time and would have made the situation worse for both sides. However, in the end, both of them were probably more or less alone because of this attitude. The president went through her belongings and pulled out 2 copies of a report on the mission they would have to carry out. The report stated that there would be only the 2 of them to accomplish this mission, which was more than strange, given that the team Mirko was initially supposed to join consisted of 9 people. Teaming up with a guy like him? Living with him for a month? To train and win the competition? Mumbled Rumi, putting a hand before her eyes. You have no idea what kind of guys are in there. I've seen some pretty effed up stuff going on. That's why you're on the team, and Felix will help you get even stronger. Stronger? He didn't even beat me. He just took advantage of a weak spot. To take advantage or not to take advantage of a weak point to beat someone is to beat someone. If a villain had done what Felix did, this same villain could have simply shot you in the head. Who cares how someone wins? We've already told you that, the president grunted as she massaged her temples. You had signed a contract where if you lost, you followed our orders for a month. So stop crying. Mirko slammed one of her feet to the ground, creating a shockwave that shook the entire building. Her eyes, body language, and everything showed that she was in total disagreement, but visibly, she was now accepting her fate by clenching her teeth and fists. Felix was later explained the process and the guidelines for this mission. He would have to fight and boost Mirko. The place where they would both have to fight included tag team fights, and all this would end up being posted on the dark side of the net in one way or another. In fact, he already knew the world of amateur fighting like this one. The prison he was in Canada regularly sent prisoners to fight in a cage with the warden's authorization who made money from the videos. Therefore, it was an investigation into the schemes of this hidden part of society while removing any possible threat to civil society, to gather as much information as possible while remaining as discreet as possible to come later and destroy this place, or at least that is what he grasped. In other words, Rumi was going to need a new costume. After they finished reading and discussing the contract terms, they were forced to shake hands again, which made Mirko growl. He had little time to start boosting her, and the tournament was starting in 2 weeks. Nobody knows how much time it will last, so he would have to find a solution as soon as possible, especially since, because of the reboot of his system, he had no idea to which extent any of his abilities was affected, but everything was still there. Back then, his father talked about a prestige grind. Upgrade his own system. Maybe it was what it was. What was sure, at least, was that his body was still the same. He didn't feel like he had lost the boosts he had used on himself for more than 10 years. Don't think we're going to be pals, Mirko snarled as she walked through the corridors of the clinic. I'm not sure that's what your body thinks, he replied with an amused smile as he used the last 3% of the stolen hormones to create an peach RDS bubble and send it to her. Hey, Jich, you son of a dash. Creator's thoughts. Brainer 0T Brainer 0T. You can't lie to your womb. Edited on December 1st, comment. 33 comment. Chapter 9. 99% alcohol. In fact, you haven't slept at all? Even though he wasn't in excellent form, Felix knew whose voice it was. Rumi, still dressed in simple panties and a t-shirt, was looking at him through the hallway leading to the living room, where all his new research and analysis equipment had been installed. Unfortunately, all the apartment rooms were either bedrooms or bow rooms, so he had to set everything up behind the library that divided the vast living room in two. Been too long since I've been authorized to use this kind of equipment. Can't help myself, Felix replied, taking his eyes out of his microscope. I spent the night analyzing the composition of your hormones to understand better how your quirk works and how to boost it appropriately. Thanks to the blood test from last time, she yawned, opening the fridge to drink directly from the bottle. Yeah, that's more than enough for me to understand your metabolism, he muttered as he got up from his rotating chair to fetch something from the kitchen. I've already prepared your carrot juice shaker. Here you go. Mirko raised her eyebrows, then bowed her head slightly as a thank you. She still didn't understand how he would help her get stronger, but what was certain was that the commission hadn't told her everything about the quirk of the person with whom she was sharing an apartment for a month. She would eventually discover the subtleties of this man, and even if her primary longing was to make him pay for the humiliation she had experienced during the match, smashing his skull against a wall would only bring her trouble. And he also took care of the cooking and the cleaning. She had almost nothing to do, at least for the moment. She was feeling bad for him, being used like this by the government. Maybe she could help him? You should have at least got some sleep, Mirko sighed as she sat on the couch and turned on the TV. You're not going to keep up with me. It's not easy to do half as well as me in a race. Don't worry about me. I've got more than one trick up my sleeve, and even if I don't follow you, the important thing is that I run. It's not your little techniques from last time that's going to make you run faster than me, you know, she snorted without looking at him. And what did you do to me too? That I'd like to know. Oh, you really want to know that? He smirked, passing behind the couch and touching the back of her head. What the F are you doing? I've already explained to you that one of the only ways I can boost or analyze your quirk is through the glands in your body. I start off with the gland in your head. No need to freak out. The commission told you everything already, anyway. He told her, aware that the commission hadn't told her the truth. She lowered her head and crossed her arms again but let it happen. Her terrible temper was sometimes punctuated with lucidity. Otherwise, most of the time, she acted as if everything needed to be lived to the fullest. Even when she was watching TV, she was spirited and full of energy. If the commission hadn't falsified my quirk report, she would already be much more suspicious of me. It suits me quite well, actually. Felix touched the heroine's head, taking care to implement hormones directly into her hypothalamus while taking some meta-hormones from her. However, the legs, especially the feet, produce between 40% to 50% of all meta-hormones. Depending on the person, it can change a lot. For example, someone who creates explosions with their sweat will have around 90% of their meta-hormones produced in their sudoriparous glands. All glands produce small amounts of meta-hormones, but it's in small quantities. For now, his main goal was to make her hornier than ever. Pheromones, hormones, touch, evocative talk. Because of that, from day one, he could hear her masturbating when she thought he was sleeping. She's just like a bundle of fluff and horniness. Felix slipped his fingers behind the rabbit's ears, noticing once again that she was very sensitive in those places, and quickly returned to the back of her head, at the gap between her skull and her neck. He concentrated on Rumi and then on his quirk, knowing that the discovery he had made during the night would benefit him in following the development of the people he would be boosting. Perks Analyzer Rumi Usajiyama. STR Black Small Square 225. Dex Black Small Square 210, AGI Black Small Square 190. And Black Small Square 250, Res Black Small Square 205. Jesus. Next to her, my current statistics are terrible. You finished touching me? She grunted, not deigning to turn around. It all depends on whether you really want me to stop or not, but from the little noises you were making, I'm not so sure. Rumi turned to him and took Felix by the neck to strangle him gently, pulling him over the couch and wrapping her right biceps around his neck, making him struggle to breathe. You like to get into trouble, don't ya? Head is touching your biceps. You should be careful. Could make you come, he said, throwing a good dose of adrenaline through his bloodstream without using his system, which allowed him to get rid of her. You have a really effed up temper. I'm teasing you. No need to try to strangle me for the 6th time. She stood up with a shrug and went off to get dressed without a smile, which was quite rare for her. Except that Felix knew very well that a woman who acts differently with you than with others is a woman who has an interest in you. And he wasn't going to let this chance go by. The hardest thing with Rumi would be to understand how she felt, what 99% of people were incapable of doing, and getting through this shell of enthusiasm that she carried around with her outside of work. He had heard from the commission that she had never had any relationship because, in her own words, she saw no need for it. Felix didn't see the problem in making her understand and appreciate the different uses of a relationship. Still, the most challenging part wasn't just making her dependent on SSC but making her dependent on his care. He didn't want to turn her into a puppet. Still, instead, he wanted to build the foundations of a HRM that he had to build for his own good, so he had to make sure that the feelings she would have for him would be as sincere as possible, whether it was about SEC or trust and possible love. I'm also going to get ready for this morning's jog. She's not going to wait for me. Moreover, all this would allow him to avoid any problem concerning a possible netterer. Even when he still lived in Canada, he always ensured that the women around him only loved him, so there would be no suffering for him and the other guys, no betrayal, no pretense. With his power, it wasn't complicated to do, it just took time, once again. And assuming that his system would allow him to make herm cocktails and boost them in the future, it will be even nicer to do. So, are you coming or not? Rumi asked, jumping up and down in front of the front door. This time, you decided to wait for me, huh? What made you change your mind? It's just more fun to run together. I've been doing it alone for 6 years, so... You weren't thinking like that 3 days ago, he replied by giving her a tap on the shoulder. Come on, don't look at me like that. You were the one who wanted to run, weren't you? Yeah, I was the one who wanted to run. If you can keep up with me, we'll have a drink tonight with my own money. You're taking a risk, my dear Rumi. Super hormones modifier, none. Stored hormones and pheromones, 12%. With only 12% of super hormones stolen, I should be able to hold out for about 10 minutes without any problems. That's when it's gonna get tough. Without waiting, the heroine hurried down the stairs and ran in a straight line. As every day, if he lost sight of her, he lost the game, but this time, he had taken precautions. He jumped up and ran behind her. Felix wasn't as fast, but he could keep up with her, even though his legs suffered from the alteration they had just undergone. Felix had begun to study superhormones' actions on his body, but he still had to experiment before he could conclude. So that's exactly what he was doing. He was his own guinea pig. The advantage of following Miss Mirko is that I can see her but through her leggings. Just thinking about what I will do soon with it. Seeing that Felix managed to follow her, the heroine ran even faster. Felix even wondered if she was using her quirk too enthusiastically. Her competitive spirit would get her into trouble one day or another. They ran like that for a solid 10 minutes. The route they took should have taken at least half an hour, but with their current quirks, they could considerably reduce the time of any travel. This would be even more obvious if they could jump over the roofs of buildings and houses like Mirko did when doing her heroine job. For once, he had managed to hold his own. Mixing superhormones with hormones turned out to be even more effective than he initially thought. Plus 15 EXP. Level 1, 1550. The system considers that I won a fight. So she's going to have to pay for her round. You did it. It's almost a feat, you know. Yep. We'll go and have a drink this evening, won't we? About that I'd rather. What? Miss Mirko, is there something the great heroine is afraid of? And she's not keeping her word. All right. Don't start defying me. Let's see who can hold out the longest against alcohol. 019. In a deserted street near Felix's apartment. Getting drunk after just one beer, I thought you'd be tougher, mocked the young man as he carried Rumi on his back, her whole body stuck to his. That said, you're cute when you're like that. Much more feminine than when you're trying to strangle me. I'm resistant to alcohol. That beer had 95% alcohol in it. Already told you that. Of course. 99% alcohol, in fact. Yes. Felix sighed as he lifted Rumi up on his back, which only caused her to spread her legs and stick her to him even more. Oh. Felix chuckled. What was that? And nothing. I'm going to lift you a bit more. You're going to hurt your back if you're like that, Felix added, lifting her up again to see if she'd still have the same reaction. And she had the same response. Excuse me, Miss Mirko, but my back is getting wet, and I don't think it's nothing. Pee. Rumi's cry startled him. Pee? No, it didn't smell like that. It was something friskier, sweeter. Felix closed his eyelids after seeing his apartment building in the distance. It was time to play the game. He unleashed a cloud of SEC pheromones with more potency than ever before, thanks to his system's support, and moved Rumi once again on his back. The young woman's breathing became erratic in just about 10 seconds as his back was no longer just wet but moist. He slid his hands over the 2 legs he was holding to carry her and sighed. It was a long day for me, between my sleepless night, this morning's race, this afternoon's training, and then this. I'm going to go straight to sleep. Rumi simply squeezed her arms and legs tighter around Felix, who rejoiced at her reaction and began to climb the stairs leading up to his apartment. Every movement caused by the climb up the stairs only seemed to add more SXL tension to her, while Felix was just releasing pheromones as well as small bunched clusters of hormones. He opened the door and set Rumi down by the hallway. However, even though she tried to stand, the jets of love juice that had wet her jeans explained why she couldn't stand. And the alcohol in the beer she'd drunk 2 hours ago must have already been diluted in her blood. I think she's drunk on something else. I didn't let her breathe for 3 days too. I even heard that it had influenced her work quality. Felix took the heroine in his arms and brought her to her bed, taking care to undress her so that she wouldn't get too hot during her sleep. Seeing that she couldn't even move normally anymore but that she wouldn't ask herself what she really wanted, the former inmate was about to play one of his favorite cards when taming a troublesome woman. Oh. Good night, Miss Mirko. See you tomorrow. Before he even took a step, a hand came and grabbed his arm and pulled him away from the door. He came face to face with a blushing Rumi who still didn't dare to look him in the eye. He thoughtlessly joined his lips to hers without his tongue to see if Rumi would do it on her own, but there seemed to be a vestige of ego even through all that arousal. He caressed her head as one would do with an animal, like with a rabbit, something she seemed to love even though she tried miserably to hide it. He directed his hands towards her birs and quickly massaged her through her shirt before stopping, causing her to shiver. He broke the kiss and looked her in the eyes as soon as he saw that she wanted to say something. You piece of shit. I would believe you if you would have resisted, but you didn't. Felix smiles as he approaches her again, touching the white fur ball in her ears with his lips before whispering. Now, what do you want? Creator's Thoughts. Brainer 0T Brainer 0T. Edited on December 1st, comment. 39 comment. Chapter 10, Lust Gathering. My stupid body reacts too much to people's touch. And after a while, I find myself unable to do anything. That's why I'm relying on speed and power. If I'm impossible to touch, then everything will be fine. Day after day, month after month, year after year, Mirko repeated these exact words in her mind as a shield against her debauched cravings. As soon as she reached PBRTY, she realized that becoming a heroine with this kind of craving would be difficult, and neither her mother nor father could have helped her with it. Her adolescence revolved mainly around how to avoid being perceived as a needy bitch. A few years ago, she was still taking tranquilizers, but this had a tendency to make her amorphous, so to stay healthy and carry out her work, she stopped. She had never accepted any mate out of fear that rumors about her energy would harm her reputation and eventually put an end to her career. In other words, only a few dozen DLDS and VBRTs under her bed knew the sweet fragrance of her CNT. However, since Felix had first touched her in their fight, she felt something changing. Contrary to what she initially wished, the most disturbing thing was that it was pleasant and arsu. like a feeling of warmth and comfort every time she saw him. At first, she didn't want to admit that her former opponent was impacting her, but his hands on her skin every time he touched her to boost her gave her chills. That son of a bitch. Rumi turned her face the other way to avoid looking Felix in the eye and prevent him from whispering so close to her. The heroine bent her long ear and tried to push the young man, but other than caressing and tickling his face with it, it didn't have much success. If you really wanted me to stop, you would block me with your legs, Miss Mirko. Not with that cute little ear. Is Mirko a tsundere? Felix whispered as he moved closer to her rabbit ear again. Who knows? Yes, he asked with a mischievous smile, but when he saw that she wouldn't answer, he put his hand towards her head and began to caress her. If I'm not mistaken, you like it when I touch your head, like a small animal. You got the wrong idea, Felix. Oh, that's the first time you've ever called me by my first name and not ya, or son of a beach. He shrugged. That said, I don't think I'm imagining things. Your body twitches every time I touch you. It's no coincidence, is it? Fighting against the sensations he made her feel was impossible for Rumi. And being treated like the animal totem that controlled her behavior was for her a taste of the unknown that she coveted with greed. More than excitement, what Felix gave her was tenderness and warmth, something that, despite what she forced herself to believe, she missed terribly in her life. And that was enough to stir up her hidden desires. Felix went to sit on the bed, leaned against the wall, and placed Mirko against him. She didn't protest at all as his other hand snaked towards her dripping, glistening slit. Sticking against his body, she felt his fifth limb slowly stiffen, facing the sensation that she had been craving for so many years but was adamantly refusing to accept. She closed her eyelids and nibbled her lip. One of the heroine's hands instinctively came to hold Felix's arm as he looked after her pee-pee. Just let it be, Miss Mirko. No need to do it yourself because you can't, after all. Those few words from the man who dominated her without even having done anything special were enough to make her let go. Then, she squeezed her hand around Felix's forearm, anticipating how she would feel in the next few minutes. Since she was already naked, Felix had no effort to make and petted her slippery vulva, barely laying his fingers on it for the sole purpose of playing with her. Electricity-like sensations ran through Rumi as she contracted her jaw to prevent happy noises from escaping. Unfortunately for her, the moment a finger, then two, came to fill her, she collapsed on Felix, accompanied by her erratic breathing. Well, he started by removing his soaked fingers. You're quite hot in here, Miss Mirko. You piece of dash. What about we start with the real treatment against your energy? He inquired with a smirk. You don't want to answer again, huh? Too bad. In just 5 seconds, he undressed and returned to the bed. Mirko was surprised by his apparent virility and stared at Felix's crotch. The pheromones there were far too powerful for her to resist, especially in her current state. She tried to crouch down, staining the sheets with tiny droplets of love juice and moved her lips closer to his pee-pee. Sorry, but I'm just going to help you out a little. I could see that your urge affected your heroic abilities, so. He pushed her onto the bed as she was ready to sniff and seek his glorious D, but got utterly rejected. Rumi's reaction was delectable, her eyes widening, her mouth ajar, realizing she wouldn't get what she wanted. The control Felix had to exercise to avoid succumbing to temptation was probably beyond what any ordinary man could have endured, but habit kept him thinking straight. After all, he, too, was a victim of his hormones and pheromones, forcing him to have an almost unbearable energy. You're really not going to talk, are you? Stubborn, he sighed with a smile. What do you want me to say, ya BSTRD? This is embarrassing enough. So, do you want me to stop? No answer came out of her mouth, but the question was answered by her fleeting gaze and pursed lips. She turned her head and spread her legs, shifting her long white hair to the other side to avoid bothering them with what they would do. Ha! You're nasty, you know that? He went forward and spread her leg even more, then kissed her belly but stopped there even though Mirko tried to take his head so that he would go lower. She wouldn't have anything she wanted without being XPLCT about it. If she wanted to kiss and have hardcore C, she would have to put her ego aside and ask him like the slot she was deep down inside. His prick was going back and forth against her sealers. Touching her vulva was just another way to make her vitiate and corrupt her little by little. Without even doing more, assaults of pleasure made her body twitch, while her eyes didn't seem to stare at anything anymore. Fucking, the heart suit, coming just from this? That's what I was saying earlier. You're nasty as hell. If ya. Roomy luscious, cloying lower lips take the bumping impact of his masculine crotch with a shudder. The rabbit dripping wet C&T accepted his as he placed both his arms on either side of her head. Felix got set alight with the sensation of raw NTRCs, his rod spreading so many hormones and pheromone inside Rumi's womb that she seems to already be close to CLMX again. As his first move, it's a slick and burning hot canal that welcomed his D-dash. The lusty heroine voices echoed through the room as Felix begins to slowly go back and forth. The squeeze of such exotic PP started already to teases and ignited his passions. Do you want me to be faster and rougher, Miss Mirko? Stop asking obvious questions. If you keep pestering me, I'm just gonna stop. Hormonal skill. Black small square dopamine, black small square endorphin. Hormonal cocktail. Hormonal cocktail. He had never been able to manipulate these two hormones before, however, all he had to do with his system's new version was to try, see, and appreciate. Two other hormones related to pleasure and reward, or in other words, how to get someone addicted. He hadn't yet had time to fully use the different hormonal cocktails he could make but was working on a mix of the 4 pleasure hormones and releaser pheromones. He could call it love potion because the product's effectiveness would be beyond comparison. But for the time being, there were only 2 of them. He didn't need to do anything or touch a gland when he used his D-dash. Everything was simpler, so he took the opportunity to boost her female hormones simultaneously. He then started what he had to do to successfully achieve the first step of his freedom against the Japanese government. Taming someone influential. Here we go. She's unnaturally hot. Her quirk is a godsend for someone like me. With one go, Felix pushed ball deep into her sloppy PP, and she let out a sigh of shock while assuming his lusts or D-dash. Rumi's transparent goo flows from her crotch as the impact of SXL longing sends the bed little spurts of love juice. The heroine tried to grab him by the neck to make him guess what she wanted, but he got close to her and kissed her neck, once again dodging what she really craved. Kia, Hartsu. What type of noise did Miss Mirko, the proud heroine, just make? That was cute, he whispered, approaching his lips to hers. This was what you wanted, right? Without further ado, Rumi grabbed Felix by the neck to bring him closer to her and glued her lips to his as she slipped her tongue in, seeking the care of Felix, who, to give her a reward for listening to her desires, accepted the kiss, creating small slurping noises. A warm electricity surged between them, and a new, rough affection filled their heart and minds. Wild and exciting at the same time. Rumi needed the contact of his skin against hers. She tried to make it clear by rubbing her lusty crotch on his mate's thigh. Here's your reward for being at least a little honest with yourself. He smiled a moment before continuing the kiss, aware that building a dependence on someone was to create a work reward system. Felix pointed his already wet pee-pee thanks to her love juice in the direction of her twat once again before starting to F her slowly and languorously, taking care not to rush it. Each pianin sent her and him a little further into the strata of pleasure. He accelerated the pace as he started to feel more comfortable with the position. The sound of his body against Mirko's was the only thing he could hear apart from his partner's heavy breathing. He lowered his head, liked one of her BRs before skiing her nipples at the same time as one of his hands caressed her cilius. The various stimuli she was undergoing finally broke her last shred of ego as her body was suddenly throbbing from the incredible pleasure this man was able to give her. Here, Heartsuit. Without giving her time to breathe, Felix made her move towards him as he stood up to make fuller and better hip movements while she lay on the bed, her legs shaking with pleasure. He lowered his hips as hard as possible to see how Rumi would react. The moment he continued to kiss her even more dominatingly, the only thing she did was scream with pleasure for a few moments before her expression became one of joy, pleasure, and satisfaction. Each hip movement ended with a brief slap sound as his had no difficulty reaching the bottom of her womb. He doesn't know how many times she came, but he will count next time. Felix lifted her from the bed to carry her with both hands. Rumi wrapped both arms around his neck and did the same with her legs around his hips. In a final effort, he lifted her up under adrenaline and smiled. I'll come soon. But you were the one who wanted raw SEC, right? So, it's okay? .nei. That. I don't understand. What are you saying? You felt so much pleasure that you now speak Chinese. She pressed herself onto his chest and rubbed her head against it like an animal needing attention. Even though her mind didn't want him to release his seed inside her, her body wasn't responding, and seeing how Felix was breathing, his CLMX would come soon. I can't let him do that. No, Heartsuit, I just wanted this for one night. But if he does that, Heartsuit will be P-Argin-T. But a feeling of warmth and satisfaction coupled with the hot body that was glued to him came to his sense. He withdrew by reflex his rod from the wet hole he was eagerly effing for at least an hour. Even he was starting to get a little out of breath, not to mention all the things he had done during the day, plus his sleepless night. The abnormal quantity of estum he spurted landed on the heroine's buttocks and made her shiver. The smell of his seeds once again had an effect as effective and maybe even stronger than his DS pheromones. Plus 50 XP. Black small square level 2, 1575, black small square. STR black small square 72. Dex black small square 52, EGI black small square 52. And black small square 404 plus 2%, res black small square 102. No perk this time, huh? I guess the plus 2% of my total EXP being converted back into END points is enough for now. This perk will do the job till I find a new one. At least I got plus 2 points on everything. Not that bad. Is she biting me? Rumi was breathing heavily as he had just removed his PP from her slit to avoid fertilizing her, but at the same time edged and ruined her orgasm. Her eyebrows frowned between delight and bitterness as she squeezed him as hard as she could to show him her annoyance. She was boring him. That said, after seeing how her body was filled with pleasure, anyone would know that she didn't have much strength left. I wanted to see what it would do if I raised my TSTRN level to more than 5 times what I'm used to. I guess it's having a nice effect. Shish. You sure are a greedy little thing, said Felix, gently dropping Rumi off, even though she wanted to stay longer like that. Sorry for the mess I made. I can dash. I'm okay. I will do that myself, she answered, breathless. I'm sorry, but I'm exhausted now. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Night. I'll come with you then. I see you coming. We've already F for 1 hour. Tomorrow will be laborious if we continue. As a reminder, we'll have to see the tournament preliminaries. Yet why you're right. Felix left the room coldly, leaving Rumi alone to handle all that had happened. He looked out the door frame, intrigued by what she was about to do. She had just taken some of the SMN from her buttocks and looked at it with interest. To think I just wanted to pick up SEC hormones and pheromones for the next day. This is a godsend. Someone like her will make a good friend, wife, and ally. Creator's thoughts. Brainer0T Brainer0T. Edited on December 1st, comment. 56 comment. Chapter 11. Investigate, mark, survive. Come on, get up. I thought you wouldn't miss your morning jog for anything. 6 o'clock in the morning. Felix had only slept 4 hours, but this time, it would be okay for him despite his previous sleepless night. Unlike Rumi, he didn't need an 8-hour night. Even though he had already woken her up several times, Rumi didn't deign to get out of bed and just grunted every time he tried to pull her out. And to think you wanted to continue in the shower. Look at you now, Felix sighed. If it makes you like this, we won't do what we did yesterday again. I don't want to exhaust you. Indeed. Just a little longer and I'm on my way. Felix sighed again, then pulled her by one foot with all his might to make her fall off the bed as she tried to hang on to the couch. Rumi tried her best to struggle against him, but given her condition, she simply fell on her buttocks while looking at her night lover with an annoyed gaze. You. She tried to rush him, but Felix slipped out into the hallway as quickly as possible to avoid being strangled once again. Wait until I get dressed and y'all see. At least you're up now. Better that than being late. Like I give a shit about these fucking bureaucrats. In the meantime, they're paying you. Everything was going more or less as Felix had expected. By the time she returned to see him, her aggressiveness had already almost disappeared, giving way only to a silent and embarrassed Rumi. The fact that his methods worked so fast and so well was a miracle, but her rabbit-like features made things easier. Luckily, he had started his life here with her, and if he played his cards right, no one would suspect anything. About last night, she grumbled, sipping her carrot juice through her drinking straw. I won't tell anyone. It's in the contract, anyway. Besides, I don't mind keeping this part of you just for myself, he said, taking care to keep a serious expression. You really never told anybody about this? And who could I have talked to about it? No idea, but now you can tell me about it. He smiled provocatively as he went to put his dishes in the sink and rubbed her head as he passed by. Stop doing that. I'm not an animal, she murmured. Yes. There weren't many people who could really chat with Rumi. For the umpteenth time, this demonstrated that he was pressing the correct buttons. He had managed to create a unique and probably unprecedented relationship for her. However, he ended this little game and prepared for the morning jog. For the first time, he was the only one who seemed motivated, but Miko followed him anyway, taking care to tie up her hair. The icy air outside was abnormal for an early spring, so Rumi, usually so energetic, found herself focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. I know I didn't give her what she wanted. And we weren't excited enough, or I would have had at least 250 EXP, but still, to be even needier than before. If this were to continue in the future, he would have no choice but to use reward hormones to satisfy her in the short term so that she would be able to do something. Allowing him to make her cravings rise in herself without doing anything to her. In a small dark alleyway, which they passed by daily every time they went jogging, Felix noticed something strange, like a strange and confused aura. Rumi, thanks to her animal instincts, detected it too, but aware that she didn't have her hero's costume or her license, and that she already had 2 warnings due to her past, she turned her head and continued running, frowning. Neither of them commented on this, but they looked at each other with their eyes full of curiosity. Felix was finally able to run at the same speed she was running. The hormones he was producing and had stolen from her enabled him to adapt to his partner. He was better and quicker at running, and his kicks got more punch. Without any real result on the subject, he suspected that the super hormones he was using were modifying his body little by little. If we follow the logic, he could become like her by forcing his body to accept what was happening to him. In other words, he would partially become a rabbit. Probably that's what this checkbox in his system is for. Super hormones modifier? None. If no answer were forthcoming at the moment, the answer would obviously come in the future after much research and experimentation. In a sense, he sometimes thought he was a mad scientist himself, trying to see where the limits of the human body housing a quirk could be. Agreeing to boost the heroes was just another of his ploys to get answers and results on how to make the perfect man and woman. He knew his definition of perfection was biased, but you don't fix the world with diplomacy. Basing his world on AC was a crazy gamble, but it made sense when he analyzed most animal species that were societally similar to humans, such as wolves, bonobos, etc. The memories of his father being cuckolded by his mother because he couldn't be rich, strong, and handsome enough despite his job as a hero haunted him. He had seen his mother with countless men, taking advantage of her quirk to get what she wanted while enjoying the benefits of having a husband. How many men still lived that way today? Felix had promised himself to be different. Since his childhood, he had done everything to be what people call an alpha, repelled by his father's image, ending up accepting the situation between him and his wife. Acceptance and cowardice aren't the same things. His father never tried to understand why he ended up where he was at the time, blaming him, probably to avoid taking responsibility. Judging his late activities in the justice system and heroic work, it would have tarnished more than a single life. In this little game, Felix is just a random pawn left alone on the board, but he soon realizes that if he goes step by step from white squares to black squares, he will eventually become a king, or any other chess piece. Changing the world. Childish dream of mine. After sighing while thinking about his life, he joined Mirko at the parking lot, waiting for their driver since none of them had a license. Mirko simply didn't require transportation to get around, and Felix was unable to finish his driver's license before being sent to prison. Somehow, the heroine was still a bit reserved, but she had softened, so she tried to talk to him, but he was far too busy thinking. He wouldn't change the world, at least from the start, but he would change his own from now on. With his quirk, perhaps he could still reshape the men and women around him so that they would become what their true selves really longing, even if this comes from a subconscious process and not what is dictated by the hero society. He saw too much copy of the same dream, the same goals archetype, the same people trying to imitate the hero they read about in comics or manga. This isn't what people truly longing, this is just a disguise to be appreciated by everyone, which is a false path to happiness and recognition. However, his methods would never be accepted by scientific academies. He also knew that his quirk influenced his. "What are you thinking about?" Rumi asked, elbowing him. The sound of the car engine they were in roaring silently in the background. "Nothing, I'm just wondering what they're going to tell us when we get there." The car they were in was probably worth a fortune, 500 horsepower engine, armor plating, tinted windows, yet its exterior appearance was simple to not attract people's attention. After the light turned red and the car stopped, the chameleon man turned towards them, moving each eye in a different direction. "They've got a bunch of people who are going to help you get ready for the tournament, advice, etc. Finally, if I understood correctly, for you Mirko, apart from reminders, you already know everything about this business." "It's been almost 10 years since I've been in this business." "Things must have changed since then," she replied, turning her head towards the window. "I wonder if the guys I met back then are still there." The driver fixed his eyes back on the road and continued to go towards the HQ. He had the answers to the woman's questions, but it wasn't up to him to answer them. After a 15-minute drive, they entered a parking lot on the edge of the main building and were guided to a large office on one of the building's highest floors. Aside from being full of paper and covered in dust, the room was spacious and rich with diverse and varied technology that served to keep informed of all the unexpected things that the blasé-looking woman sitting behind her desk filling out paperwork at an alarming rate might encounter. Night's Eye was also present. However, a man with a dark, unshaven face, Cartesian expression, and scarred fists stood next to the hero, lying against the wall with his arms crossed. Felix had never met him, but given his stature and charisma, he would be necessary for the mission. "You are," Rumi began, narrowing her eyes towards the man. "That guy who saved me from that black shadow 10 years ago." "Tiger Bunny? That was your lame nickname back then, wasn't it?" he replied with a sadistic grin. "No need to repeat what the public was saying at the time. You don't seem to remember my name, but they used to call me the Ripper in MMA tournaments, and later o'clock," he explained as he approached them. "Nice to meet you, son. Glad to be your hand-to-hand combat coach until further notice." "Huh?" asked Felix, raising an eyebrow. He shook his hand, but the strength of his grip made him wince. "Felix Fortier, pleased to meet you. But what do you mean by coach?" A chair noise echoed across the room. The president came to sit at the large table in front of her desk and placed a new folder on it. After she sat down, she simply collapsed onto the table with a tired gaze. "This case is a real pain in the butt," she whispered with a sigh. "Settle down. Night Eye and Mr. Aguro, or formerly a clock, will be your assistants and coaches, especially for you, Felix, for the next few months." "What do you mean by that?" "Your hand-to-hand level is decent, but for someone like you, learning from Mirko, who attacks with legs, from Mr. Aguro, who attacks with fists, and from Night Eye being a professional dodger and counterattacker, we're sure that combined with your quirk, you'll be capable of great feats. Especially if you train with some weapons after this." "Several months, he sighed. "How many exactly?" "As long as it takes." "That's very precise indeed." His answer brought silence to the room as Mirko tapped her foot, already eager to get this over with. The only thing she liked 100% was fighting. All the formality and paperwork made her want to sleep. "I saw you in our fight. Between Felix and me, I mean," she said, speaking to Night Eye. "I thought I had already seen the moves Felix had performed." "It was you, right?" Indeed, I trained him. And the only reason I'm going to continue to train him is that he allowed me to talk to All Might again, replied the hero, glancing at Felix. You got his attention for a reason still unknown to me, so know that I will help you get stronger. However, for that to happen, you have to win your matches in the MMA tournament. I could see that the competition will finally last only one night. You'll have to be quick. So, what good will your help and a clock's help do? Rumi asked, putting her elbows on the table. We can handle this on our own. We'd like you to pick up a man named Kendo Rappa. Mr. Aguro and Mirko knowing him already will be an important factor in getting him to agree to the deal, and Night Eye will be there to help you if the plan goes wrong, explained the president as she sorted through her paperwork. The Rapper. That's his nickname. He's very well known on the dark net. If he ever falls into the hands of the wrong people, then that would be a problem. In other words, your mission is to investigate the Quirk boost drag, mark up suspicious people, and get Kendo Rappa back here so we can take care of his case. And survive, of course. Creator's thoughts. Brainer 0T Brainer 0T. Rappakuin. Edited on December 1st, comment. 29 comment. Chapter 12, Bloody Messes. Number 24, You Can Come. Felix stepped forward and entered the filthy tiny office where a masked woman sat behind an old desktop computer, probably an old IBM that no one wanted. The woman sighed and then scratched her head before typing on her dirty, dusty keyboard, whose letters were beginning to disappear. As you already know, we don't ask for your name, your age, nothing. All we need is your stage name. We regulate a minimum of tournaments to avoid attracting too much attention from the vultures of the surface. It'll be Quirkless, no other idea, Felix said as he scratched his head through the bandages he had all over his body as a costume. Quirkless? Are you sure about this? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Your opponents will just run you over without thinking with a name like that. They're going to hit you to kill you, not knock you out. Maybe, but I don't think my nickname is going to change anything about their fate or mine. Alright then. So your team consists of Tiger Bunny and Quirkless. I wish you good luck in the future. Hopefully, I won't have to clean out pieces of your brain in the ring. The woman sighed as she waved her hand to tell him to go away and typed on her keyboard again before calling someone else. Felix exited the stinky room smelling cigarette smoke and sweat as quickly as he could and joined his partner. People were entering through the main door adjacent to the hall in which all the competitors were located. They were noisily walking to reach the crowd and get a proper seating place to see the fights. The thrill of this illegal contest among the spectators reminded him of the other prisoners' enthusiastic shouts that motivated him to finish off a convict he had knocked out in a cage fight. All this will be recorded and posted somewhere on internet. Fortunately, we anticipated this. Felix walked towards the corner of the room where Rumi leaned against the wall. She looked up at him with a strangely worried look on her face. The heroine had dyed her hair black just for that evening and had tied it up with a bun in the hope that she wouldn't be recognized. She even wore blue contacts to avoid being too easily recognized because of those red eyes, proving that she was an albino. Her long ears were already a problem, so solutions had to be found. As for her costume, she had gotten back her high school girl clothes. It was just a little too small, which let the bottom of her buttocks show through her pantyhose. But the textile mask she wore over half her face reminded him that he wasn't there to stare at her. What's worrying you? He asked as he leaned against the wall. Just a bad feeling. Some people here are filthy BSRDS. I can feel it. About 30 people are waiting for the matches tonight. The former inmate couldn't figure out exactly who she was talking about since most of the guys in the hall appeared suspicious or on steroids and amphetamines. He recognized Kendo Rappa from the picture he saw of him at the meeting. He came back from the bathroom with his hands dripping with water, but all the other people present were unknown to him. Several guys with piercings and hoods on their heads looked at Rumi with a mocking smile and played with their quirks in an attempt to intimidate the other competitors. However, two of them who stood aside caught his attention, a hooded guy with a white coat and a plague doctor's mask, and another one with a longer mask who wore a hooded jacket with fur. His white gloves showed that he didn't intend to touch anything here with his bare hands. I know you can't answer me, but that was to tell you that Night Eye and I are in position. The car is parked at the location we talked about. If anything goes wrong, I'm ready to step in. The voice of Iwao Aguro, the former vigilante and pro-hero, whispered through their earpieces. Night Eye was also connected to the network and could intervene at any time if an unexpected danger arose. He was hidden in the audience with a completely different look from what everyone was used to, so even Rumi or Felix wouldn't notice him. After more than half an hour of waiting, some men came to check if the participants weren't carrying a gun or a knife. Fortunately for them, their discreet earpieces hadn't been discovered despite the search, and they just walked away with their hearts pounding. The sound of metal shattering echoed through the room and made everyone turn around. "I hope you guys are ready to die or just get hammered," exclaimed Rappa, banging his fists together as they were covered with iron gauntlets. "Nothing better than a good brawl." "Stop shouting, imbecile," intervened the woman who was in charge of the reception. "Come on, everybody. As you know, the simple matches have already been played. Now comes the part of the evening we promised to the people. 2 groups gonna fight, and a final between the 2 winning teams. The first group, consisting of teams A, B, C, D, E, has to get into the ring. Teams 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are coming with me and waiting for their fights to end. Here we go." Rumi mumbled as she adjusted her mask. "Don't be too impressed by the crowd. I'm more impressed by this guy, Kendo. The A-team is just him and him alone. Yeah, I remember him. He's been undefeated for many years, for a long time even. He made a fortune with all his victories, but it didn't last long with all the police raids. The rapper, Tiger Bunny, Quirkless, Shady, and Chrono were the only names he could remember. Among their opponents were several guys with tired expressions or simply too quiet to know why they had come to this old underground bunker. Despite the apparent filth and dust, this place attracted about 2,000 people every week, and just by seeing the masked faces of the public when they saw the attendees getting into the ring, Felix realized they were there to see blood. To forget the monotony of their lives just for one night. The voiceover echoed through the vast stage, announcing each participant's nickname, followed by the audience's critics and cries, waiting for just one thing to happen. The 5 teams spread out at equal distances on the round ring and waited for the whistle to blow. Rumi put one leg forward, Rappa prepared his fists, the shady guy took off one of his gloves, and another one made blades appear from his skin. And then, "Don't die on me too fast, guys," Rappa shouted, throwing a punch barrage in the direction of one of the teams in front of him. The sounds his fists made on impact showed that in the space of a few seconds, one of their opponents had just had a large number of broken bones. The guy fell to the ground with both arms broken in all directions, pieces of bones coming out of it. His teammate tried to kick him with thorns sticking out of his shoes, but he twirled in the air after a second barrage that knocked him out. Holy shit. But well, as we analyzed with everyone, his shoulders already seemed to suffer from what he did. If I just have to dodge his shots using Night Eye's super hormones coupled with Rumi's until the end of the game, it's going to be easy, but when it comes to stamina, I think he's stronger than me. And there are these other guys. Tiger Bunny, he called out to her, placing his hand on her shoulder, taking care to boost her adrenaline and other useful hormones while reducing her SXL frustration with oxytocin so that it would be more effective. Take care of Kendo. I'll take care of the others. We don't have much choice anyway, she says, leaping to the first opponents in front of her with a broad smile. She ran directly towards the target they needed to capture, swinging both legs forward. Unexpectedly, Rappa took her double kick in the waist and immediately turned back to her opponent with a broad smile on her face. Felix decided to get out of the way to avoid taking a lost shot and released melatonin as he grazed Rappa to join his selected opponents. He focused on the 2 individuals who were waiting at the other end of the ring for someone to come to them. How could he know what they were capable of? Running into them would be the best solution, but he is not Rumi and can only partially imitate her abilities. The risk is too big. Long-distance attacks were only allowed if they came from the Quirk. He would have to come with something else. Super hormones modifier, none. Exceeding body's capacities, 35%. Stored hormones and pheromones, 69%. He had enough stuff in reserve to be able to do marvelous things. He started by launching as many bubbles in their direction, which made blisters appear on his forearms because he wasn't used to Karakoko's Quirk, which he had only been able to see thanks to Night Eye again. The two individuals dodged without any problem but obviously didn't expect them to burst simultaneously. A smell of sulfur filled part of the ring. However, their masks seemed to protect them at least a little, even though they started coughing. Seeing an opportunity, Felix leaped up to the man in the hooded jacket and gave him a kick boosted by Mirko's quirk and a cocktail of hormones. Still, the dude managed to dodge it and nearly touched the former inmate's clothes, part of which shattered like torn apart by a ghost. What was that? Before he could do anything else, Night Eye superhormones warned him that an arrow made of hair would try to stab him from his blind spot. He managed to dodge it while running towards the individual, giving him a violent kick in the gut that caused him to move back towards the cage's grillage. He followed with a shoulder blow and drove him as hard as he could into the steel wall of the ring, taking care to dodge another one of his hair arrow. Aware that if he continued to attack like this, he wouldn't be able to dodge the second one that came at him with an outstretched hand, he tipped the weight of his body forward and imitated one of the techniques with more or less skill. He put both hands on the ground, raising his legs to the sky, and with the momentum and strength of his muscles, he slammed his tibia directly into the radius and ulna of the man with the elongated mask. His arm drifted from its trajectory and hit the ground, which disintegrated about 10 centimeters with a noise of breakage, giving Felix more information about his opponent's abilities. Imitating the move of a hero isn't something to be expected, huh? I can thank Rumi for her training. The man put one of his hands on the side of his head while Felix was already trying to attack again, but he was stopped by Chrono, the other member of his team. However, Felix was able to see, despite the hand-to-hand fight against the Arrow Man, that his main opponent had just disintegrated his arm and rebuilt it in no time. So that's it. Guess I have no other choice but to try to steal a few of his super hormones to understand what his quirk exactly is. Both Felix and Chrono wanted to continue their shot exchanges even if, in the end, only Felix managed to hit his opponent. Punching him in the face turned out to be laborious because of his mask, and without brass knuckles, it just resulted in pain with no real effect, so only uppercut and kick were really good as long as he was wearing his mask. However, one thing ended their struggle as soon as they saw what was happening to them at full speed, his arms ready to throw a torrent of blows. "Don't be scared, buddy," Rappa shouted as he ran across the ring, preparing to send a volley of punches in his direction. "Hey, I'm still here. It looks like you're trying to run away. What about your will to fight me?" Mirko yelled, blood dripping from her forehead while raising her heel after jumping. Upon the impact of her foot, the entire ring collapsed, destabilizing all the people still conscious. The audience, spurred on by what they had just seen, didn't notice the irritation of one of the fighters, holding his face in anger and indignation, his arms now covered with germs. "Overhaul?" asked Chrono with a worried tone. "And to think I came all the way here for this. The furry girl and a piece of garbage daring touching me. They're trying to stop me from doing what has to be done for the better good," he murmured. "Kurono. In that case, let's kill them. Then we catch the big fish and we go away from this dump." "Understood." Chrono and Overhaul both got up in an offensive stance, the first time it happened since the match began. The black-haired man walked toward the last remaining fighter of the other two teams, who began overheating his fists to hit his foe, but Overhaul easily dodged and slipped his index finger on the skin of his neck, resulting in an explosion of blood and guts, like some macabre confetti. Rumi's expression changed immediately after seeing this, including Rappa's, who stepped back for the first time since the start of the match but still faced the same smile. In a movement that Felix tried to make as natural as possible, he, in turn, moved back and touched Rappa's foot to steal super hormones and throw at him melatonin and cortisol. Rappa swung a few punches at him thinking it was an attack, and turned back to Felix, exposing his teeth thanks to a broad and excited smile. "What were you doing, brother? Feet fetishist, maybe?" "Nah, I'm good." Felix sneered by accumulating a large number of super hormones in his legs. "To each their way of fighting, right? Ha! We will see if you will keep this attitude after a good beatdown." However, this moment of inattention was enough for Rumi to give the rapper a swift kick to the head which created a mini shockwave on impact, surprising the audience, believing that his skull had been cracked. And all this without the heroine wearing her shoes with metal toes with her. The champion stumbled for a moment but stood still, rubbing the back of his head. After seeing that his hand was covered with blood, he shifted his pupils towards the young woman, already ready to attack once more. So you want to attack from behind? What a nicely shaped mosquito you are, woman. That's Tiger Bunny for you, she said while jumping towards him but stopped after seeing something. Tiger Bunny, I thought I recognized you. Then hey, you're the kid from 10 years ago. I never forgot those kicks dash. Before Rappa could finish his sentence, Overhaul was already running and almost in front of him, raising one of his hands to the torso of their common target. Rumi spun around like a spinning top, spreading her 2 legs to block the Yakuza path, and a second later, it was Felix's turn to attack. He hadn't stolen many super hormones from the rapper, but it should be enough to touch him at least once. He felt his shoulders twirl like helicopter propellers while his fists raced in all directions without him being able to control them. In the space of 3 seconds, he felt as if he had dislocated both his shoulders and had unfortunately only hit his target once to the head. Stupid FANG piece of garbage. Overhaul muttered as a hair arrow flashed past his head toward Felix. Looks like I'll have to turn people into bloody messes again. Creator's thoughts. Brainer 0T Brainer 0T. Bloody messes? Messy chapter? Yeah, indeed, that the intention. P.S. The chapter has been rewritten. Comment. 26 comment. Chapter 13. A deserved slumber. Construction and deconstruction. From what I understood by observing him. You have to be careful with this one. Stay as far away as you can. Nyai's voice, posted in the audience, sounded in their earpieces, his tone of voice showing a slight concern about how the situation was unfolding. Even though neither Rumi nor Felix was struggling, with Rappa around only trying to break their bones, their whole plan became more difficult. The public wouldn't accept a lame outcome, so running away wasn't even an option. Felix turned towards his 3 opponents while Rumi was positioning herself to counter Rappa, both surprised that Felix managed to copy the champion moves, something that the current explanation of his quirk given to Rumi and other people wasn't relevant anymore. But the most remarkable thing was that Rappa was already ready to continue the fight. Nothing better than a fight to the death, he exclaimed with excitement. It's been far too long since I've been hyped like that. Save your breath for later. Rumi grinned as she moved her pupils to Chrono and Overhaul. Deep down, she knew that taking care of those 2 was a priority given their quirks and behavior. Feigning an attack on Rappa would be the best solution, but the black-haired guy had managed to dodge a large part of the torrent of blows Felix had sent him. Her fighting skills were superior to all other opponents previously standing in the ring, but she still had doubts. The heroine sighed, then let out a broad smile before jumping over a hair arrow heading towards her. How about we take care of these troublemakers first before we finish our fight? She asked, looking at the big man. You want me to team up with you? Rappa chuckled as he prepared to attack Overhaul, which was beginning to move towards him. For once. Why not? Then let Quirkless handle some of the details. Even if it's going to seem strange at first. Rappa narrowly dodged Overhaul, a second arrow faster than the previous one, went in his path but was deflected by Rumi, who slammed it and then went through the cage's metal, almost hitting some of the spectators. Before the hair arrow retracted, Felix touched the back of Rappa's head and then one of his feet and concentrated as much as possible on his thoughts, knowing that the 2 people with him would now protect him. Perks Analyzer, Kendo Rappa. STR Black Small Square 315. Dex Black Small Square 70, Die Black Small Square 90. End Black Small Square 230, Res Black Small Square 300. So, he is stronger and more resistant than Rumi. But that said, his agility and lack of dexterity would be a problem in a fight against her. If I can manage to hit or touch this shady guy's head, I might know his weak points as well. After he came to his senses, he gathered up his hormones and did the same with Rappa and Rumi, who immediately felt better. No plan would be of any use with someone like the rapper at their side. He would just run into his enemies, wielding his fists like a madman. Here I go. Rumi was the first to jump towards one of their opponents, aiming at the masked one, who simply fled, protected by Overhaul. He was already ready to retaliate as he put his hand on the ground but was forced to move back after Rumi's foot passed right in front of him. If there was one thing everyone understood, this dude should absolutely not touch the ground or everything would become more laborious. A constant flow of blow was an obligation to prevent him from using his quirk, and given the speed of Rumi and Rappa, it was possible, even more so, with the boosts they were still receiving at the time. The one with the arrows only attacks when he doesn't move. If you keep them moving all the time, they have almost no chance, explained Felix as he prepared to attack simultaneously with Rappa. Rumi bent down and then jumped back to avoid being caught in their offensives. Rappa attacked head-on, either oblivious or too excited to care about the danger he was facing. To prevent him from ending up in a blood puddle, the former inmate pet his fists, ready to send the same punch barrage as Rappa with his super hormones and prevent Overhaul from going on the defensive. Dodging one person would be possible, but two in one assault at that speed was too much even for that particular individual. He first dodged the champion's blows before backing up and brushing the ground with one of his fingers. He barely managed to block the fists of Felix, who smashed his fingers against the small wall he had just created. Bloody phalanges or not, he would continue to attack no matter what. Adrenaline comes in handy in this kind of situation. Using Rumi's super hormones, he jumped as fast as possible to the second man and used the ring's top ramp to gain speed and crushed his heel on Chrono's temple, which slid to the ground. Rumi, who had already rushed towards Overhaul, took advantage of the opportunity to give a kick in the diaphragm of their poor opponent, who fell to his knees, half-conscious. However, before she could touch the ground again, a hair arrow ran down to her leg and pierced it, slowing her down significantly despite her natural speed. Overhaul turned towards her immediately, ready to touch her now that she was in an unfavorable condition. Sheet. He really wasn't knocked out after all that. After smashing Chrono's skull to the ground, resulting in small spurts of blood and his Herero's retraction, Felix ran towards Overhaul to prevent him from touching Rumi. Still, the latter finally directed his fingers towards him. The moment his little finger reached the former detainee's forearm, the whole upper part of his arm exploded like some confetti of flesh, but the enemy couldn't continue because of Rappa's relentless punches. Fortunately, he had managed to send hormones into his opponent's metabolism, cortisol, melatonin, for a significant debuff. Not forgetting a large part of the pleasure hormones he had been storing for several weeks. Given the way this dude was, something like this would destabilize him. Even though she was still experiencing the slowness and couldn't speak, she seemed worried about Felix, looking at his arm, and as she could see all the bones underneath his flesh, and the blood capillaries letting out quite a lot of hemoglobin. No time to be afraid. Rappa will just get killed if I don't interfere. Felix joined the battle using only his right fist, and his legs as the bandages covering his head began to loosen as he tried a few kicks and punches. His goal was simple, but because of his opponent's movements, he could not achieve it. It was too risky. You're all just going to end up like bloody messes. Is that what you really want? Overhaul grumbled, dodging the blows again, but even so, he was already starting to run out of breath. It's a funny way to talk for someone who's already starting to lose his sheet, Felix replied, trying to get close to him. But you're holding back, huh? It's all because of you, isn't it? Like I say every day, microbes can be dangerous. Overhaul was as tempted as he wanted to touch him. The hormones that kept Felix perfectly awake despite the pain gave him enough strength and awareness to use Nai's quirk without any problem. Even though unlike last time, his eyes immediately began to redden as soon as he used a lot of it as he was able to concentrate and analyze his opponent's movements. He couldn't see the future as a movie like Night Eye, but he could at least catch a glimpse of the future, like pieces of video, and that was enough for him to know what to do now. The moment Rappa threw a new deluge of punches towards Overhaul, which he was forced to dodge despite the ring barrier behind him, Felix leaped towards his opponent and attempted a backward kick, the result of which he already knew. His heel crashed to the back of his head, sending him directly into the champion's fist's deluge. He couldn't do anything, as the hormones reducing his abilities and increasing his stress only made him weaker, second by second, flooding his brain with too much information for him to understand what was happening. The only protection he had was his mask, and it was bending more and more because of the blows. The strikes Overhaul received across his entire body echoed through the bunker. The audience gawked at what they had just seen, while the phones filmed and photographed the slightest movement of the people still standing in the ring. Just before their common opponent fell to the ground, the former inmate managed to touch Overhaul's foot for more than 2 seconds and touched him on the head in the hope that this would be enough. Even if he didn't know how his quirk worked, the destruction part of his power wouldn't be complicated, no need to try to rebuild. Here, I'll give you some germs, Felix sneered with a sly smile, touching and visualizing Overhaul's leg in pieces. When he touched it, he could feel that his fingers were burning, as if he had just passed his fingers over a fire. A second later, his opponent was on the ground with one less leg to grit his teeth. How do you? My quirk. Only I and I alone can manage to use it. You're just going to end up self-destructing by using it, he whispered as he held the piece of his leg he had left. He rebuilt it in no time at all and ran headlong towards his teammate lying on the ring. Unfortunately for Overhaul, a tibia stopped him and blasted him away, expelling all the air from his lungs and propelling him backward. He crashed into the part of the ring that was still standing, just before Felix rushed him and destruct his face, thanks to the champion's super hormones. We're finally done, it seems, sighed Rumi as she turned to Felix to see if everything was all right. The other guy's quirk set me off, having to watch you guys and not being able to do anything. We'll have to take care of your wound, Felix. Yeah, my fault. I thought I was in time, but in the end, I was the one who got harmed, he stammered. His head had been aching for a while already, but it was getting worse since he had been using a lot of super hormones at the same time. His tolerance to it seemed much lower than he thought. Super hormones modifier? None. Exceeding body's capacities? 215%. Stored hormones and pheromones? 13%. For several weeks now, he had been forcing his body and brain to endure an influx of super hormones that was too great to have no harmful consequences. As a result, his body was overwhelmed, and he was now unable to continue the fight as efficiently as before. As if it's over, Overhaul shouted as he placed his hands on the ground. A bunch of insects thinking they're bigger than they really are. Before he could do anything else, an alarm buzzed in the vast room, drawing the attention of the entire audience as the doors that allowed people to get out of here closed without anyone being able to do anything about it. The public began to panic but remained surprisingly silent as they looked up at the ceiling. So much so that even Overhaul turned around to see what was going on. It's just like last time, Rumi said, looking carefully around her and directing her ears to detect the slightest sound. The gas is coming through the pipes. He's doing it again? But we haven't even finished our fight. I don't think that's the most important issue, Rappa. We've got to get out of here, she exclaimed, taking Felix with her, who, because of his injuries and the overuse of hormones, was starting to decline. I'm going to take care of you as soon as I can. Overhaul, whose now completely shredded mask was dragging on the ground, looked at his three opponents with hatred, closed his eyelids, and gritted his teeth. He wouldn't let go of his target. He had come for one thing. That gnats thinking they were heroes, wanting to save his prey. Unacceptable. If he had to be pushed into a corner, then he would act accordingly. Without anyone being able to react in time, he placed a hand on his face and on the front of his ally, resulting a moment later in a shower of blood. He took advantage of the fact that the public and the location staff were busy with something else to transgress the rules of the tournament and use gory and heartless stratagems. A black hair arrow headed towards a weakened Felix and pierced him in the abdomen without giving him time to react, slowing him down in turn before the ground disintegrated and reformed into a wood and concrete spike. Rumi had just time to jump out of the ring with Felix and Rappa, as she was almost struggling with Rappa to keep him safe. Put me down, woman. All this fuss is getting interesting. Don't take away the pleasure of a fight to the death. Shut up a little. Once dead, you can't fight anymore. Is that what you want, you idiot? The heroine grunted as she heard the gas coming closer through the pipes. We've got to get out of here before we're forced to sleep. I don't give a f about that. Put me down. Will you shut the F up? She shouted as she threw him to the ground and the spectators. We could still win a minute ago, but we can't now, not here. Rumi, now having to deal with two human dangers, didn't know where to start, and there was no way to attack this guy who had merged with his own ally. Their fusion was weird and at the same time disgusting. A mixture of bodies, their heads and bodies partially attached to each other, as if Overhaul didn't want to completely merge with his partner. If he fused with him entirely, it would cause some problems, I suppose. Once he was back to normal, chrono or whatever, his brain would be reset to 0, and he wouldn't remember anything. And now, because of that, his movements are limited in exchange for more power and resistance. Mirko's monologue took place at the same time that Rappa, with dislocated shoulders, attempted another attack on her. In the blink of an eye, she pushed the spectators who were close enough to take the champion's blows away from her and jumped with her feet together, ready for a dropkick to counter the impact of Rappa's blows and force him to step back. Several volleys of punch hit her, but she finally delivered a quick, sharp blow directly to the champion's fists. The impact of their confrontation ended in a loud crash that sent the two fighters to the ground. However, Rappa flew across the bunker and ended up embedded in a wall, just next to one of the doors. With an average of 3 to 4 times more strength in the legs, anyone could counter a punch. Yet, it was Rappa armed with metal gauntlets vs the rabbit hero, Mirko, boosted with adrenaline, norepinephrine, and insulin. The champion with his damaged shoulders and lack of agility was more of a burden for the moment, even though he was still conscious. I broke my ankle at the same time. And I can't even go all out because of all these people. Nullifying several dozen impacts at the same time was impossible, and her bet that she would do it without a hitch was indeed quite incorrect. She turned her gaze to her acolytes still in stasis. Felix indicated as best as he could with his eyes the danger that was approaching at a great pace. While the public approached the closed doors, a white gas began to come out of the air ducts, alerting everyone that they needed to flee immediately. Overhaul approached her, his arms pulled forward to disintegrate her, but a high-density seal hit his jaw and made him see white for a second, enough time for Rumi to send a 50% power Luna fall on his skull. "Now Kurono," he shouted before his chin was smashed by a Luna arc kick, which sent him mid-air as his Siamese body split in two again, releasing Chrono. Just when Rumi thought he was finally done, Chrono, before he had even completely reshaped himself thanks to Overhaul, charged at her, the hair arrow tracing a straight line in her direction. A first seal then hit her opponent's stomach and then his forehead, making the masked man go backward like a rag doll. "Let's not dawdle here," ordered a tall man dressed in a pink hoodie and black jogging briefs. "Nai?" Mirko muttered, holding back a laugh. "Break the door. You should be able to do that, right?" he asked as he turned to the ring, putting his hand in front of his mouth. "I know the name of the person who's organizing this event. After seeing your fights, he's sure to want to take your quirks." A black veil, like a purple cloud, appeared near Felix, who had returned to normal after Overhaul had freed himself from his ally. His lung pierced, his arm half torn off, and the overheating of his metabolism and his body prevented him from seeing clearly, but he knew one thing: the hand coming out of that black veil right behind him did not mean any good. He barely managed to react in time using a cocktail of super hormones again and lifted his foot in a style similar to Luna Arc to deflect the ill-intentioned hand, then leaped back to join Night Eye and Tiger Bunny. They turned around after detecting the anomaly. Seeing that their partner had made it out, they all walked towards the door where most of the audience was congregating in the hope of not ending up like those who were still near the ring, opposite the entrance and exit gates. The gas spread quickly, and a myriad of people fell to the ground, seeing that Rappa was still ready to retaliate by getting closer to them, brandishing his fists despite his wounds. In a considerable effort, Felix sent him a barrage of punch after dodging him and knocked him out once and for all. He took the opportunity to retrieve one of his gloves and carried it to his right arm despite the object's imposing size for a particular purpose: breaking the doors. He and Rumi knocked the doors surprisingly solid, with their respective quirks hoping to dig a hole, sending pieces of concrete and wood flying in all directions. The moment a breach was made, everybody tried to run away, forcing the group to wait for a while before picking up Rappa and heading towards the car waiting for them. "It brings back bad memories," Rumi snarled and frowned. "I'll take Rappa with me and take him to the car. I'll pick you up afterward." "No problem, we'll follow you," Night Eye added, looking at his disciple, who was struggling to breathe because of his pierced lung and blood loss. Mirko leaped at a staggering speed over the walls, floor, and ceiling, carrying Rappa to the bunker's empty corridor before disappearing into the darkness. "We're following them, Felix. There's no time to lose here." The ex-convict simply nodded and followed the hero, who ran surprisingly fast for someone not suited for battle. The bunker's corridors resembled cells, and each small room on either side was devoid of doors, revealing all kinds of equipment and empty tanks gathering dust. However, one detail caught his attention. At the other end of the corridor, while everyone was running away, a blonde-haired girl, her hair tied in two small messy buns, was staring at him with a little smile and her cheeks flushed. This is the same lost and confused aura of the last time, near his home in the dark alley near where he passed every day for his jog. His mind wandered as he fled the place. If it was the same person, what was she doing there? And she was a simple teenager. He was covered in blood, so he didn't really understand she was looking at him like that. Felix preferred to stop thinking about that and to focus on his escape, but stumbled on some junk on the floor before he managed to remain standing with the help of the wall. "Hang in there, Felix, we're almost there. We'll treat you as soon as we get to the pickup truck." "I know, but I'm starting to see blurry," he replied, bombarding his metabolism with hormones just to keep him going a little longer. "If only I'd worked more on my herm manipulations in the past rather than changing others." That was the last thought of the day for the former inmate who fell to the ground due to the lack of blood and oxygen in his body. The only things he was able to understand afterward was that Rumi, who had just returned, had caught up with him, that they had all managed to get to the pickup truck, and that the vehicle was starting to accelerate. The roaring engine, the swiftness, the worried tone of Rumi, Iwao Aguro at the wheel of the car, asking why they were all in such an awful state. The curves of the road, the sound of the rain hitting the roof of the pickup truck. The silence. And then finally, slumber. Creator's thoughts. Brainer 0T Brainer 0T. I promised that this would be the last fighting chapter for the Hero Commission for a long time. So that why this chapter is quite long. Well, hope you like it. That took me a lot of time to do. Next girl is coming soon. Degree. Comment. 47 comment. Chapter 14. Unexpected confrontation. Lying in a bed that smelled of solvents and cleaning chemicals, the former inmate watched TV across the room, waiting for the people he had been told about to finally come. He had been waiting patiently for at least an hour, but only the healthcare staff walked past his room. He didn't mind staying there any more than that, but the bandages on his arm and torso had to be changed, and it was one of the people who had to come here who was charged with taking care of it. The time here passed much more slowly than usual, which gave him time to think about his situation and the pointless fight he carried on with Rumi. He didn't know how he was still alive, which made him uneasy. He should have exploded to pieces when Overhaul had touched him. If not, then it was his opponent's choice. But what? Most notably, he still didn't understand why the Hero Commission had put him in such exposure to get a simple underground MMA champion out of there. Of course, there was the fact that he could boost his allies and debuff his enemies, but he could have just asked him to focus solely on boosting Mirko, but instead, they were training him to fight. As he had thought from the beginning, they had been neither honest nor straightforward in their explanations, and the fact that he hadn't been allowed to have a visit until the commission had visited him was further proof of it. The sliding door to his room opened gently and revealed Recovery Girl, followed by a mid-long white-haired man and the president of the Hero Commission, two bodyguards waiting outside on either side of the door. "I'm sorry I'm late, Felix. Those two idiots kept me waiting," began the old heroine as she took out a roll of bandage and removed the one on his arm, revealing many small scars on it. "This will be the last bandage, just to keep your arm in shape. Your body is healing even faster than I thought. In addition to regenerating many missing cells." A silence took place in the room. Recovery Girl, aware that she had been manipulated, was also waiting for answers, just like Felix. No one should be able to do this, to heal himself as he had done while being able to deal with a dangerous individual. It is a Quirk combination with no relevance. She knew very well that it had to do with the young man's unusual abilities she had already treated twice. "You want to play the quiet game?" she grunted, waving her syringe cane at the two members of the commission present in the room. Not just a slashed arm, but a punctured lung could have left him with serious problems, not to mention the X-rays we took, which showed that his shoulders, legs, eyes, and glands were seriously altered. Nothing serious for the moment, but it's not the first time you've put a young person in danger. You're doing the same thing you did with poor Hawk. That we thought we could solve the problem of the underground world, but in the end, we were fooled by the incongruous arrival of an individual. If he hadn't been there, everything would have gone well, explained the man with the long white hair and tired look, sitting on a chair. At least we managed to get the champion of the place. All this fuss tires me. We needed Felix to go into the ring for his ability to copy quirks. We sent him for security. Losing Mirko would have been even worse than losing him. You can F yourself with a stick, he replied, turning his eyes to the president. She looked at him for a moment and continued talking to Recovery Girl. Kendo Rappa is a person only interested in fighting. We wanted to get him back to join one of our teams and promised him that he could fight powerful villains and have access to a reasonable amount of money. He finally agreed after a few days, but Mirko had to knock him out several times, she added as she put her purse on the floor. We thought we could investigate about Trigger, but in the end, it was something else that caught our attention. Also, using Felix as bait to get the attention of the person we've been looking for a long time was perfect. Perfect. This word resounded in Felix's ears like venom, as if his existence and the assets he brought with him were of no importance. Either she had changed her mind about him in a short time, or she was profoundly dumb. Even though he had understood that all this was a final test for him to be 100% integrated into their team, the risks they were taking were nevertheless disproportionate, probably in anticipation of a disproportionate threat. No need to worry, I'm alive and perfectly stable, said Felix, frowning, still annoyed by the way they were treating him. You're a nice bunch of BS, Tartarus, but let's not talk about it anymore. So, could you tell me what his real quirk is? No need to lie to me any longer, asked Recovery Girl, ignoring her patient's last remark. I can manipulate my hormones and those of others and any chemicals the body produces that behave like hormones, Felix replied before others could respond, seeing this as an opportunity to break free from the Hero Commission's grip. On the other hand, elsewhere, I can steal people's hormones for a while and thus steal their quirks. That's how I partially rebuilt my arm, using the little herm from the enemy I had been fighting, mixed with new stem cells for my arm. I created them with growth herm. It made my healing much easier. And so, the nurse seemed to think as she closed her eyelids. Apart from the fact that you would make a good doctor and nurse, your quirk is pretty incredible. The possibilities are almost endless. I guess you wanted to use it for your own benefit and for the general public who don't know, right, Chairwoman? After wandering silently in her thoughts for several minutes while giving Felix the final treatment, she looked up at the other two members in the hospital room. Rather than using him as a disposable handkerchief, I have a much better solution for you. Which is? I can teach him. Teach him? We're already taking care of that, the president replied, looking at her phone. I'm not talking about fighting. But we need as many powerful people as we can dash. But what about using his quirk for something actually useful? You told me he's already started medical school, so why doesn't he continue with me? Sighed the nurse as she placed her medical equipment on a small table. Not everything has to be settled by violence. The old woman's words were wise and far more reasoned than those of the Hero Safety Commission, who saw only solutions through brute force. The perfect example of this was the raids they sometimes organized against structures where villains proliferate, no real plan, just a rampage. And finally, when they dared to take risks, they did it badly. The nurse had seen enough in her life to know how everything was operating with them. After having treated hundreds of people because of their hasty choices and not taking into consideration the word of the quirk bearers, they were running to their own demise. If only the staff were provided with something other than quirkless people, perhaps they could make more appropriate decisions. Even though they were doing their job well to protect the population, the same couldn't be said for the protection afforded to the heroes and the people they were using. So when the president tried to explain herself for more than half an hour with her henchmen, her words had no resonance. The nurse simply didn't believe a word of it and just put the blame on their shoulders. Talking with you is useless anyway. And if we don't go your way, you will do as you did with the former chairman of the commission and stop working with us, sighed the president, pushing her hair backward. What are you suggesting, Chio? It's Mrs. Shizenji for you. I am older than you. A little more respect is needed, grunted the old lady, as Felix enjoyed the dramatic turn of events, seeing that the situation was changing even faster than expected. I suggest that I train him to manipulate his quirk and to practice in my main office at UA. Not this year, but next year. Practice? They are children. Are you aware of the risks involved in handling his quirk and of the background of this boy? If the families ever find out that a former convict is a doctor at UA, replied the tired-looking man, holding his head in his hands. He's 21 years old, and because of his past, his screw-up is partially justified, but I think this boy has just shown that he has changed. In addition to that, you told me before that he had been behaving impeccably throughout his detention dash. If that ever happens, our reputation and credibility and that of the most prestigious school of heroes will plummet dash. You're the one who got him out of jail. And you were ready to feed him to the wolves of the underground. Take responsibility and accept real risks, cried Recovery Girl irately. That he's only done good things so far, things that you asked him to do. Plus, I'll be with him, so if he messes up, I'll know what to do. My decision is made anyway. What do you think, Felix? You're the only one who didn't talk about it. Well, he looked for an appropriate answer and stared at the nurse. I think it would be better for everyone, he said, holding back a mischievous smile once again. You wanted me to boost some heroes, but in the end, you were ready to sacrifice me. So, the Hero Safety Commission officials, already preoccupied with more than just Felix, and seeing him as a cheap means to achieve their ends, just nodded off as they went through their documents and noted the changes in their schedules. They foresaw much more than new generations of heroes carrying the hope of a free and orderly society, so betting that Felix would do what he had already started with Mirko on the apprentice heroes were crazy. But when faced with the Dean of Quirk Medicine and of the UA, even the Hero Commission couldn't really cope. She was backed up by too many famous figures such as All Might, Gran Torino, or other UA alumni who had become famous heroes. Moreover, making sure that Felix could use his power with all the necessary knowledge was paramount to them if they wanted to significantly boost every hero they had in their lineup. One of the only ways to counter the trigger drag is coming back more and more on the black market. After discussing for a long time how all this was going to happen and how to get the nationally recognized high school to accept such a young doctor on staff, the two members of the commission left with scowls on their faces, leaving Chio and Felix to discuss their mutual decisions and when and where their next professional appointment would be. It would be complicated to make him a full member of the high school staff at first, but at least he would be able to come and help out and still do whatever he wanted outside of it. Besides, unlike teachers, medics and nurses are much more discreet, hardly anyone knows them, and the costumes help even more go unnoticed. One good thing to know when you consider how Felix has to boost the women he faces, it was better if nobody would recognize him outside of work. I will have to work hard for several months. I guess this is the first step to get rid of these mosquitoes. A necessary sacrifice, as my mother would have said if she was here. The final tests and treatments were completed just before noon, and Felix was finally able to leave the hospital after lunch. It had been almost a week since he had been unable to breathe outside air because of his punctured lung, which was even more complicated to treat than his arm, but since the wound was perfectly straight, his treatment repaired the organ without leaving any marks. He sighed as he thought again about the fight and the ill-intentioned hand that had come out of a black veil. No one had been able to tell him what it could be, but he was sure they knew at least a little bit about it. Maybe he would finally find someone honest to talk about it. Since that time, he hadn't looked at his system once, too busy thinking about his arm and what might happen to him after this victory that sounded like a failure. However, after discussing all his problems and the changes his body had undergone with Recovery Girl, he now knew that his body was the same as before. He hadn't lost any strength even after returning to level 1, and furthermore, that using super hormones seemed to force his body to evolve, but in compensation for his own super hormones. I think it's about time to check this out. Level 4, 4200. SAR Black Small Square 76. Dex Black Small Square 56. AGI Black Small Square 56. And Black Small Square 412 plus 2%, Res Black Small Square 106. So, those guys we beat up, brought me about or 350 EXP. This wasn't a complete victory or a kill, so I guess the amount of EXP isn't really accurate to what it would be if I did. The dude with the mask must have been worth a lot more. If it works like my old system, SEC should still bring me more EXP depending on how much pleasure I give and receive, how many orgasms I give and get, and how horny and needy each person is. I wonder how much I could attain. On the other hand, fighting shouldn't be the primary source. I need to investigate that. The former inmate left to say goodbye to the nursing staff that helped him and walked down the large stairs to the clinic's reception area. As soon as he left the hall, he saw a blue silhouette advancing towards him, short, tousled dark blue hair curling around her head, her yellow and worried eyes looking at Felix's body to see if the injuries were apparent. Karaoke widened her eyes when she saw the bandages around his arm and looked up at him, trying to appear as serene as possible. Felix. How can I put it? I know it is a case, but are you okay? They called me this morning to tell me that you were going out around 2 p.m. You've been in the hospital for 6 days, and I haven't been able to come to see you, she stammered, already starting to lose eye contact. As soon as I knew that you and Night Eye would be working together on a mission, I knew that something bad was happening. Well, hello, he began with a gentle smile looking at her, appreciating the effort she had made to dress well, with tight black breathes and a ruffle blouse. I was injured, but I made it out. I'm okay now. So don't worry. Thanks for the cookies and for the book I told you about last time, by the way. It gave me something to do other than watch TV. You're welcome. It's a thank you for dash. She stopped and closed her thick eyelashes several times quickly as if shocked by her own words. I'm reassured now, apart from the bandage on your arm, you seem to be fine. Would you like to go for a drink downtown? My car is already here. I just got out of the hospital, so it's not really advisable, but why not? I guess you want to talk about something. Felix paused and turned to her as they walked away from the hospital. Night Eye told me he'd be there with you, but where is he? He told me he had to go talk to All Might about you. Huh? I don't know. Night Eye didn't tell me more than that, she said as she approached the car. However, just as they were both about to get into it, a voice belonging to a little rabbit-eared young woman called out to them, her red pupils unusually cold. Who is she? Rumi asked, speaking to Felix. The Canadian turned around, not knowing how to react to a person with a messy temperament like Rumi. He felt like he had fallen down a rabbit hole and couldn't get his foot out. Dressed as casually as usual, she seemed a little unhappy with herself, but the most important part was the first word of Felix. Oh. Creator's thoughts. Brainer 0T Brainer 0T. This chapter was quite fun to write. I've also put a lot of little clues in it that might indicate to attentive readers some ideas of how the story might progress. Chapter 15 out this Wednesday, around 7 p.m. Sorry for being late, I've been quite busy during the 3 previous days. 45 comment. Chapter 15, Self-Medication. Felix scratched his head before holding his chin with his thumb and forefinger. Usually, in this kind of situation, acting without thinking was better because if you do the opposite, it just makes the person in front of you feel like you are lying to them or looking for an excuse. So his response was clear and straightforward. This is Karaoke, a colleague and friend with benefits. Huh? Exclaimed the sidekick, her skin flushing and turning to a darker blue, like a blueberry, while Rumi widened her eyes at her teammate's frankness. Felix, what are you talking about? I mean, that's so you really don't see me like that? Felix asked with a voluntarily sorry tone. It's not that, but what do you see me as, then? The young man asked, raising an eyebrow, putting Rumi aside to force her into the discussion. We're not here to discuss your stupid relationships, Rumi grunted as she walked towards them. Karaoke, if I've memorized it right? Do you know that driving someone around when they get out of the hospital is dangerous? I just came to escort him home so he could relax before going back to work, but then I see an idiot taking him to somewhere unhealthy. The doctor said there was nothing to worry about, so dash. If you really are a friend of his, then you should pay more attention to him. Acting like this just shows that you don't care about his condition dash. Miss Mirko, stop harassing her. Wouldn't you rather join us for a drink than growl? At least I'm caring about ya, not like a certain someone. Hey, you're being possessive right now. I am not, she exclaimed as she furrowed her eyebrow. Rumi crossed her arms and looked at Karakoko to see if she would take her with them despite the fact that she was rude 10 seconds before. Obviously, Rumi was there to spend some time with Felix, so the reason for her discontent was evident. Even Karakoko could understand it. Against all odds, Bubble Girl agreed with a nod, and after a few more friendly exchanges between the two, they all got into the car, Rumi in the back seats, sulking like a sullen child. On the way downtown, they discussed the recent events concerning underground MMA tournaments and criminal activities. During the week he was in the hospital, the heroes and police officers uncovered several of these locations, only adding to the mystery surrounding these places' creation. Most of them were located in the suburban fringes of major cities or directly in the countryside. The fact that nobody could see or detect the construction or location of such places interested many reporters who were interested in the details and wanted a scoop. So much so that the Japanese authorities could not really fight against the media and the Detnerat company, which took advantage of the growing but silent fear to sell their products at all costs. Criticism of how the government and the authorities handled the latest events was fiercely debated by the population and other political classes, seeing it as a form of weakness. But Felix didn't really care. Now that he was sitting in a restaurant with two women he had an interest in, his concern was redirected to them. And his pheromones too. This place is kind of chill, he began, turning to the sidekick. I'll remember the address. So you wanted to bring me here to hit on me? Maybe even use your pitch RDS bubbles one more time? Geez. And not at all. If you could stop teasing me every time we see each other, she replied, leaning towards her purse with a fleeting gaze. I just wanted to bring this to you. And talk about it, she continued, putting a piece of paper in front of him. What is it? He asked. I don't really know, but the letter is from the address of the brand new agency of MT Lady. What could those people want from you? Who knows? But if a letter? Why not use a homing pigeon? It's not like we have the internet or phones nowadays, he replied ironically, having an idea of what they wanted from him. This is just a formality. Everything needs to be on paper for the sake of the Hero Commission, she explained with a proud smile. Aren't you going to open it? No, I'll take care of it later. I'm with you now. Felix smiled before turning to his favorite rabbit girl. Miss Mirko. Why are you making that face? Don't call me Mirko here. I'm in civilian attire, she grunted once again, turning her head the other way as she drank her soda. You always call her by her first name. You could do the same with me, I didn't forbid you to do so. I prefer to call you Miss Mirko. It seems much more professional like it needs to be, he lied as he patted Rumi's head using his quirk again. She grunted much more than usual. Who knows how needy she is now. At the bar, a group of young people watched a video on their phones, which had been viewed repeatedly for several days on social media. A video uploaded on the darknet, but now present as usual in front of everyone on internet. The three of them also watched their phones to see the news and trends on the Little Bluebirds' social media. The MMA tournament, once again relayed on the net and exchanged massively despite the state restrictions. The most striking fact that made the three people sitting at the same table realize that the situation was different than usual was the names people used to talk about the fighters. The rapper, Tiger Bunny and Quirkless. Two individuals who made a fuss in the underworld for no apparent reason. The MMA champion had disappeared and was last seen in the hands of these same people. The sudden disappearance of a person winning all competitions for 10 years didn't go unnoticed at all. Plus, the public liked him despite his barbarity because of his temperament. Even though they had made discretion and reactiveness a priority during this mission, they couldn't prevent some conspiracy theories from flourishing. And accusations about Mirko participating as a tiger bunny was one of them. Rumi initially hoped that this wouldn't happen, but despite having dyed her hair, the fur of her ears, put on contacts lenses, worn pantyhose, long sleeves, and a mask to hide her skin, she was still being exposed. She would once again have to find a way to remedy a potential fiasco. As for Felix, no one accused him of anything. He was just quirkless, the attendee capable of copying quirks and working with Tiger Bunny, something scarce, and therefore something that could thrill people. That said, if they ever started trying to track him down or using facial identification software, it might be possible to get a result since the bandages he wore on his face were a bit loose during the fight. Covering up the issue will be complex. We'll have to stay in line for some time. For the last few weeks, Rumi. Well, the heroine Mirko has been working a lot less than usual, and some people must have noticed that. Faced with all this, Felix and Rumi knew they would have to act accordingly in the hope of not having any trouble. Even though Karaoke only knew a little bit about the mission they had all been carrying out, she quickly understood the circumstances. She decided to take them to her favorite karaoke to make them forget their worries. Of course, in Japan, karaoke was only a way to drink alcohol at slightly reduced prices. Rumi accepted that she was biting her nails. Her stress only showed in this way, and Felix, having a plan in mind to level up and get their help in the future, couldn't miss this chance to get even closer to them. If he could ever get them to become his associates with their agreements, it would be a godsend. But alcohol was a dangerous ingredient against Mirko and a dangerous weapon for Felix, who had gotten used to getting drunk during his teenage years. "Yusajiyama-sen, you've drunk enough," Karaoke said as she took the glass from her hands. "Bringing you here was a terrible idea. Even you, Felix." Seeing that even Felix wasn't answering, she sighed and took Rumi on her shoulders to take her to her car. Once Felix was sure that they were both gone, he sat down on the karaoke couch and prepared himself for the special moment. "As if 5 glasses of vodka would be enough to knock me out. My mother had already started making me drink when she thought it was part of a man's qualities to be able to tank up any kind of damage, even the damage of alcohol. I don't think that's actually true, but at least it serves me for some purpose today." He sighed and focused his thoughts, once again to get his system in his mind and get a clearer picture of the first-term cocktail tests he was starting to concoct. During his stay in the hospital, between TV and reading, he also used his time to improve his understanding of his new system and finally make the love potion. The effectiveness wasn't yet exceptional, but when he used it on Rumi when he patted her head in the early afternoon, Felix was sure he saw the heroine react positively. Love potion, oxytocin, dopamine, endorphin, serotonin, releaser pheromones. Aside from the addictiveness that it could create in anyone, he wasn't sure if the other effects since everything were mixed up. Still, he knew that even if it eventually exhausted him in the long run, using it could slowly addict someone, albeit more effectively than before. The problem with his old system was that he had to use them independently, which was no longer the case, and this opened up a myriad of possibilities for him. Immediately after preparing a pernicious assault, he left the karaoke room pretending to be drunk when Karaoke returned. Not innocent, but a little naive, she was the kind of person who could be manipulated, but who could demonstrate a sudden lucidity, so he played his best acting, and thanks to the feelings that had already been building up in her for several weeks, she let her guard down even more. "Geez, don't touch me there, Felix," she exclaimed as she tried to help him walk despite their differences in height. "Geez, this is no time to get me all worked up like this. I'll take you back to your apartment, so try to stay calm." "Sorry, I see in duplicate." "That's okay," she said before pausing. "Usajiyama-san threw up after only 2 glasses of champagne. I'm surprised you held out after ingesting all that alcohol." "Do I look like I'm holding up?" he grunted as he stood on a wall to move forward. "Ha, not really, but it's not so bad. You can stand up and talk a little." Felix sneered at her remark. Even though everything was going well for him, it was Rumi that was the one to worry about. After getting back in the car and managing to push Felix into the car, she turned the key and drove off in the direction of his apartment. Even though Bubble Girl didn't know the exact location, she knew that he and she lived close to each other, so she would only have to ask him for details later. She had made him lie down on Mirko's thighs, half knocked out in the back seats so that he could see the sky through the glass roof of the car. No rain, just a starry sky, a few clouds, and a crescent moon, reminding him of the costume Rumi wore when she worked as a heroine. "What the—" Rumi leaned towards him before he could react, her small size allowing her to reach the young man's lips with hers. The kiss lasted a long time, a mixture of the taste of alcohol mixed with the smell of a discreet perfume that you could only smell if you were close to her. Her eyes reflected Felix's face and his surprise, but also the attention she needed right away. Her tongue only wanted Felix to follow the movement, but for the sake of his acting and to further vitiate her, he simply let her do so without saying anything. "You Sugiyama-san. What are you doing in my car? I shouldn't have put you next to him." "You should." She stopped because of the hiccups, then continued. "Try some real kisses like French kisses, it's really dash." "Not in the car, stop," she replied, blushing a little more. "You're drunk, you're going to regret what you've just done." "But would you regret kissing Felix?" "And that's not the point. He's drunk, what about him?" Felix let them talk to each other, even though he could interfere. Rumi seemed to be doing the job for him. The alcohol let buried feelings speak for themselves. But then again, it was her who had decided to drink more than she could despite the warnings that everyone had given her, and she kicked those who tried to stop her, so Felix was not at fault. As they approached the place after Felix had guided Karaoke, he thought he briefly recognized the strange alleyway he often walked by. No strange aura, no light, no unusual feeling. However, the former detainee felt much odder not to feel the same as when he passed by every day. But given Rumi's condition, she couldn't share his opinion. The only weakness this woman had was alcohol, and carrots were somewhat ironic when you compare her to what she was showing her fans. Talk about a mess. Karaoke sighed as she put her hand through her hair after getting Rumi and Felix back upstairs. "So you two are really living together, huh?" "Not a choice," Rumi explained as she tried to walk in a straight line to the couch where they had made the Canadian lie down. "But I don't feel bad about it either. I think." "What do you mean dash?" She widened her eyes when she saw that after sitting on the couch, Rumi began to bend over and even lie down on Felix. Felix just let it happen, lying still to show some false weakness, so they saw him as an easy target. There's no better trap than to make your prey believe that, in the end, it's your prey that's hunting you. This is called throwing yourself into the lion's den. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" tried to contest Karaoke with a conflicted expression as she stared at the animalistic woman in front of her, craving so much for AD that she could see her love juice through her breathes. "You should do the same, you know. This little prick is thinking that he can do whatever he wants with me. So I will teach him a lesson and get my medication myself." "Huh,